Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call the meeting to order. Ms. Gomez, would you announce the roll, please?
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Combs.
Thank you. We had no closed session and no study session today, but we do have something special going on today. Mr. John Deckert is here, and he got in touch with me. I looked today, the first email I think was back in April, and he said that he's a portrait artist and he was trying to figure out a way to honor and recognize the contributions of our first responder leaders in the community. And as you can see, he made portraits of our police chief, our fire chief, the CAL FIRE chief, and the sheriff. We have three of those four here today. Welcome, Chief Pimlott. Welcome, Tony. Welcome, Hank. You guys know this place. Mr. Deckert, would you like to say a few words and make your presentation, please?
I've been told it works like this. Okay. Is that all right? So I'm not one for speeches and I'm too old to learn, but this is what I wrote, so I'm just gonna kind of read it. So I was a volunteer fireman on Long Island for some years, and speaking of the wildfires last year, I have some idea what these guys had to deal with. All the heroic labels and the stars on the uniforms aside, it's really a dangerous business. So now I live here in Santa Rosa and I like it very much. I'm an artist, a painter. I do portraits in oil, and I wanted to say thank you to everyone who participated in the fire event of last October, and this is how I can do that with these paintings. So to the Honorable Mayor, Mr. Corsi, and to the esteemed members of the Santa Rosa City Council, I wish to acknowledge the uniformed community leaders of the Santa Rosa who were on duty in October of 2017 by presenting these portrait paintings to the Santa Rosa Fire Chief Anthony Gostner. I hope I pronounced the names correctly. The Director of CAL FIRE, Kim Pimlott, and Santa Rosa Police Chief Hank Schroeder. I also included Sonoma County Sheriff Robert Giordano, who can't be here today. The inscription on the bottom of the paintings reads, "In recognition of those on duty who rose to that daunting task, October 8th, 2017.
Before you go, Mr. Deckert, I want to thank you for this. It's a very nice gift to these gentlemen and an honor to not only them, but the folks that they lead for everything they did during the fires of October of last year. Thank you very much again. Thank you all for being here. I do have one card on this item. Mr. Cherneff.
Spiritual nerve. Most cops and firefighters possess true spiritual nerve, day in, day out, to protect and serve. So who will be of these warriors seek to protect? Yes, those who have verified hidden dangers that they did in fact detect. And so I share that fires of illusion, there truly be a profusion, been set up to undermine the people by arson, smoke and mirrors by educators, priests, preachers, and parsons. We have the burning of our soul in the pharmaceutical lake of fire. Like Jesus, Gandhi, and Clint Eastwood, the Peanuts gangs, all 55 years, were vegans in accordance to Almighty's desire. For the vaccines within the flesh industry are filled with the worst of diseases and cancers, causing great misery. And so, to be vegan like Clint Eastwood and all the others would be to protect oneself from the pharmaceutical lake of fire, which is their cancer solutions, which actually cause more damage. And so I also wish to share that, in fact, that Living Cactus Fences has been once again embraced by some of these firefighters. So I bring it forward yet once again because they are a firewall, an erosion control, a food source, flower source, fruit source, medicinal, nutritional, frost resistant, and drought resistant. They are literally a wall of water and the most underrated food source on land. You can do more with a cactus leaf than you can a potato, including dicing one up into a gazpacho with heirloom tomato. And to protect the properties and the forests, to start employing those who need work, like many in the homeless ranks or those that are just barely struggling or in-betweeners. I think that the counties and the cities will in fact find monies to go ahead and hire workers to start Living Cactus Fences throughout the cities and throughout the counties. Because that is exactly what's going to happen, and we are now well aware that this will happen, and so I'm here to tell you this will happen, and serious work will begin in this realm with the coming of this full moon, which will be our high noon. So to firefighters and law enforcement whose hearts are sincere, I am Peter, I am the seer. I thank you for your efforts and time in keeping people safe and reducing all crime. Thank you and bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to staff briefings. Mr. McGlynn.
6.1, fire recovery and rebuild update. It'll be brief this evening. Director Gwine sent out an email to update the council on what was happening at Journey's End. He will be here in person. He's handling some city business as we speak, involving some work we're trying to do in Sacramento. But our report was issued earlier this week. He'll be here next week for questions. I'm now going to turn it over to Paul Lowenthal to have an update on the debris mission.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Real quick, just to go over the issue resolution. The letters, as we mentioned, did all go out at this point in time for the final issue resolution for the batches of properties that could not be resolved. At this point, Cal OES is handling all inquiries related to that. It's important to know that right now, any further issue resolutions that are taking place at a local level are not involving FEMA or the Army Corps of Engineers right now. We are in direct communication with Cal OES at this point. So FEMA essentially is from also out of the loop right now, and we're handling all communications directly between the state and us at a city and county level for any issues that we can continue to work on. The over-excavation project is continuing to progress smoothly. They completed Coffee Park assessments and then moved into Fountain Grove. So the first two priorities, the way it kind of worked out, was that Coffee Park and Fountain Grove came first. And those are the two areas geographically within the county that were addressed. And they're now moving up into Larkfield, Mark West, and then out into Sonoma Valley. Along those lines, we've already started working on permits between the contractor who's working on behalf of the state and Jesse Oswald on behalf of the city's permits, and should start working relatively quickly and getting those properties done within the city of Santa Rosa and able to continue on with their rebuild. That's where we're at.
Thank you. Any questions, Council?
Next up will be David Guin.
Goodwin, Director of Planning and Economic Development. I wanted to give a quick update on the Sonoma Clean Power Energy Incentive Program that was offered for the rebuild process. As of today, we have 2 applications that have been submitted that are taking advantage of that program. And that program's up to $17,500 in terms of rebates to get to an all-electric home during the rebuild process. There is a lot of interest. Sonoma Clean Power has had about 250 people request additional information. Their reaches on their social media have been over 17,000 people, and they're continuing to do education, outreach, trainings. They've done 12 different trainings so far and are reaching approximately 51 people per training. So we're still trying to get the word out. We have signage and information at the Rebuild Center, and we're continuing to support and suggest people take a look at the process. In addition, in the rebuild update, we have 643 homes currently in the rebuild process. So that's either they've submitted a permit or they're under construction. Of that 643, 274 are actually under construction. So quite a bit of activity going on out there. And we have 2 homes that are complete, and people have moved back in their homes. So those numbers are changing daily, and we have some web tools that can keep you up to date as needed. And so I want to turn this over to Gabe Osborne. He's going to give a very quick demo of a new and exciting tool we just released yesterday out to the public to get information out to people as they go through the rebuild process.
Good afternoon, Mayor Coursey and members of the council. As Mr. Guin mentioned, we have laid out some tools that hopefully help the public connect to information associated with the rebuild. And what we've learned from the level of public outreach that we've done thus far is the conversations with the rebuild community are diverse. So a conversation with a homeowner is very different than a conversation with a design professional, which is very different than a conversation with a standing homeowner. They're all looking for getting connected to different information. So what we elected to do is roll out a set of maps that focused on those specific conversations. So I will step through these. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions as we go through it. This is a bit of a tutorial on the specific maps that we have. And what we're really looking to do is kind of target the discussions. So the general public is very interested with the recovery process. So what we've done is we've developed maps that focus on that piece. And we're looking at doing this in a very simplified fashion. So the map is about recovery, and we're getting it to a simple click on the parcel to bring in information about where it is on the recovery side. So we get through debris removal, we're pulling in information from the building permit, we're giving an overall status for the lot. So what we also have are information about setbacks and zoning information. This is very critical for the design side of the rebuild. And it's the same basic concept, is we can put as much information as we want on here. And in this situation, we're overlaying aerials, which were actually drone imagery on specific pieces that control setbacks. So in this situation, we've actually mapped easements that control it. We can click on parcels, and we can get to a setback report that I'll show you in a few seconds here as to what that actually looks like. The next map is survey. That came up early on in the process. Many people question whether or not they needed a surveyor and how they find one. This actually tracks the surveys that have taken place in the general area. So this was provided by the California Land Surveyors Association. They are mapping this information and providing this to us to provide to the public as a benefit. So they can see what's happening in the general area, and they can also use this as a tool of acquiring a surveyor. What we're also seeing now is activity in the right-of-way. So we're charting encroachment permits, and it's the same general theme with all of these, as you can click on the parcel and you can get information about the encroachment permit. Right now, most of the right-of-way activity is dominated by PG&E, but as the rebuild commences, we'll start seeing debris boxes located in the right-of-way, storage containers. We have processes for that, and that will show here as well as encroachment permits. We also have some tools that really let us do a deeper dive into the building permit status. So once again, it's a click. We can get the building permit. Some of these have more information because it's further along in the process. And as we can see, we're pulling information out of the permit. What we found early on in the process is as people get on the track of rebuild, they're very concerned about what their neighbors are doing. The contractors that are working on sites are also very concerned about adjacent property owners and wanting to coordinate with other contractors. So we're using this as a tool for them to spatially figure out what's going on, and then just with a simple click be able to get to information where they can contact the adjacent contractor, or they can figure out what's going on with the site. The next one is the right-of-way work, and once again, this is dominated by PG&E. So this shows PG&E's phases and gives us a little more information on that. What we're hoping to do with this is more work takes place in the right-of-way. There's road closures that people are sensitive to. We're developing tools where our contractors can actually relay that information to our inspection team. They can dynamically change that, so as road closures move around or lane impacts, that then shows on this map. So the community can use this as a singular point of contact for that information. And then this is our tutorial, so we see a little piece on the end of the big event we had recently, which was the occupancy of the first home. So that is our main tool. I really do, I cannot accept any credit for this as much as I want to. We have an incredibly talented staff that put a lot of legwork into this. I have to point out Brian Baca on our PED team and Joshua Damron, who did a lot of this. So most of this was developed in-house. We've used the consultant to do some of the heavy lifting through BV on the data processing. The beauty of that, it gives us flexibility to change it as the public wants to see more information. So it's fairly dynamic. So this is posted on the website. So this is the front page of the Rebuild website. And we've developed these 3 links. So this goes back to our site for tracking the permit information, which existed prior to this. This was the maps that you have just seen. And this is another important piece that is really focused on specific parcel information. So what we found with a lot of the property owners is they are a bit confused about all the various policy changes that we've done to make the rebuilding process easier. And that's mainly because they don't always know if it actually applies to their site. So there's a little difficulty in the property owner connecting the dots. So what we wanted to do here is connect the dots for them. So once again, it's based on a map, so one can zoom in and click on parcels. I'm just going to enter an address here because we can do this search function as well. And this will then bring us to the ability to produce a report. And what we're seeing here is this is all imagery taken from the drone, and that was done at a very strategic time. We wanted to let the debris removal commence to complete, and then prior to the major construction activities, we wanted to basically log the condition of the public infrastructure. So what we'll be able to see with this imagery is damage that was caused by the fire, as well as the debris process, and then we'll be able to use that to determine how damage to the infrastructure commences with the construction aspect of the home. So these are high-res images. You can zoom in a considerable distance on these and see quite a bit of detail, but this is really the important piece. So what we did is we cobbled together all the little pieces that are associated with that parcel, and we produced them in a singular report. So it shows setbacks, which are one of the biggest challenges people had in the very early on stages. There are 3 documents that govern setbacks, and they can pull least restrictive options out of that. We gave them the least restrictive options here, so we did that work for them. We also pulled in some of the other zoning issues, which are kind of lot coverage here and maximum build height. We give them some resources for measuring setbacks, and instead of them figuring out whether hillside development requirements apply, we either put not applicable or applicable, and if it's applicable, it will pull that information in. So the general concept is this is the one point where people can get to all the resources. We have county assessor information, and then we wanted to make sure that we also had links to the side here that got them to specific sections of the zoning code, and we also wanted to make sure that they could print it. So they can print a singular report that cobbles together all this information. And once again, I have to give credit on this as much as I don't want to. It was our IT department that developed this for the most part. So this was built in-house, so we have the flexibility to maneuver as the public wants us to maneuver with this. And what we also see on here are a lot of the documents people asked for in the very beginning stages. So these are subdivision maps, public improvement plans, recorded documents. In this situation, it's the recorded map. So that's legal property boundaries, that's public improvements. So these are very crucial to the design professionals, so it's useful on that front as well. And then we also brought in the drone imagery. So the drone imagery stitches together multiple pictures into a much bigger image, but we also gave them the individual pictures. So that basically sums up what our delivery is. Once again, what we're looking for is as we roll this out, it will get better with time. We're adding things every day. We're growing the documents behind it and the data behind it. So we'll continue to improve this, always looking for feedback from the community as well as the council. And I think based on the fact that we've completely controlled this from start to finish, we will have the flexibility to use this as a platform to incorporate those changes.
Thanks, Gabe. Incredibly useful on just so many levels. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Any questions or comments on this? Yes, Mr. Schwedhelm.
I would like to echo that. It's very impressive. I know that's really going to be helping a lot of people. How is PED marketing this so that people know that this resource and the tremendous amount of data is out there?
The first step was tonight is to do this presentation for you. We did speak to the Press Democrat yesterday, so they're looking at running a story on this as well. Then we're going to be going out to all the neighborhood groups that we speak with, put it online, obviously do our blast through social media, and we're hoping that word will spread from you as well, so when people ask questions, it's a great resource that you can hand off to them to send. So we'll keep pushing the word, and any other suggestions people have, please let us know.
That is great. And is this a resource that the county may be able to tap into the experiences that you've used to develop this?
I think we'll definitely be talking to the county to see if there's anything that we can share or learn from this. The other aspect of that is we're also looking at this to see in the future how can we potentially leverage this in other parts of the city as well for different projects. So again, starting here, whereas as Gabe mentioned, we know the defined area and we know the questions that are being asked for, but this technology can then be used and make things more transparent, more accessible for the community.
This is fabulous, so thank you. I'm not thanking you, Gabe, but thanks to the rest of the team that put all the work behind it, because this is incredible. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Director Goin, if I could ask some questions about the utilization of the Sonoma Clean Power Program. Could you repeat how many homes are currently under construction?
274 homes under construction.
Okay. And only 2 of them are utilizing this program?
That's correct at this point.
Have we been able to figure out why there isn't more utilization? Is that we need to go find more resources to make this marketable?
Yeah, I think originally people looked at, especially the early adopters, people that came in early, the ones that are in construction now came in with a concept of speed and wanting to get under construction and get back into their home quickly. So anything different, there was a thought that would add time. What we're trying to do is help educate and provide information with Sonoma Clean Power that this will not add more time to your process, but we're looking at all the ways to not add time and cost and still get you into that home. And so I think we have more work to do with Sonoma Clean Power to do more education on that. And hopefully we can get one successful. And I think once we get one successful, maybe we could use that as a model, show it off on our website and show what can be done as well.
And I think that there's a role for the developers in this as well,
yeah,
right? A lot of them who have done master plans. Have any of them who have done plans that they're allowing people to just sort of pick a couple of options? Have any of them adopted this into the plan?
We talked early on about at least trying to have at least one model from theirs as this an option. I don't know if we've seen any come in yet. I'll double check on that. But we are encouraging the big developers to do that. We do meet with the big developers that are doing the rebuild once a month. And that's something that we'll push, and we'll ask a specific question to ask why they don't offer at least one option under this program.
Okay, if you could come back to us with more information on that.
Sure.
I kind of feel like if we at least have one option available for people to walk in who want to rebuild quickly, to say, I want that would go a long way towards actually getting the program adopted.
I agree.
But I also think, council member, that with the uncertainty, folks wrestling with what the unmet need, anything that is seen as an additional process is going to be a challenge for staff to overcome some of the unknowns. He is going out, as I communicated to council, and hiring a DR consultant specifically around unmet need. But it is a challenge. It's a challenge to crack into a conversation with somebody who is looking at all the issues that just have been outlined above and get them to take one more risk in a conversation. And I think that's why, where the real movement will have is what Director Goin said, is when we can actually show a project that's gone through the process and show the outcome. That unfortunately, we're working really hard on the other communication tactics, but again, it's sort of getting into that faith-based conversation with someone that this won't cause you any more issues, but cracking that open is going to be tough.
Yeah, understood. And I don't suppose either of the 2 that are doing it are anywhere near completion.
Not yet, no.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to follow up a little bit on that line of gentle questioning. My understanding is that there is functionally no extra cost for the Sonoma Clean Power for doing the no gas in a house, no natural gas in a house option because of the Sonoma Clean Power subsidy that's available. Is that correct? So there isn't an additional cost for example, switching from gas utilities to induction for the stovetop?
That was the intent, is to identify a dollar amount that would cover that cost. We did, Sonoma Clean Power is very upfront from understanding that the price and the labor is very in flux at this point, understanding that that will change, and it was hard to guarantee that up front, but that was the intent, is to identify a dollar amount that would cover that cost. It's something that we'll be checking back with Sonoma Clean Power to see, are we still on track? To Councilmember Arger's point,
yes.
Do we need to change that threshold to try to keep up with changing cost of materials and labor? Yeah.
I'm assuming that for the most part, folks are managing to meet the building code requirements. And what happens in this process is, if it's not adding an extra cost, I have an interest in making it a code requirement that new construction should have alternatives to natural gas. My understanding is that our climate action plan also calls for that. Have I misunderstood that, or is that correct, that our climate action plan is looking for us to make the shift from natural gas to electric, all electric?
I don't have that detailed information with me. We do have a study session we're preparing for council to go over the climate action plan and the building code specifically, to talk about the energy code.
When that comes back, the information about the cost difference and the number of people who are accepting or not accepting will be of great interest to me, because I would think this is an obvious solution, and there isn't a real penalty to asking folks to provide this if Sonoma Clean Power is in fact subsidizing. The other question I would have is do you know if Sonoma Clean Power has any interest in providing it more generally to new construction throughout the city?
Right now, they looked at the funding and the funding availability, and they felt that they needed to confine that to this area.
Okay.
So that's the next step, if there's additional funding that they can acquire.
Okay, thank you very much. So when it comes back, there's a lot of information, because I have to say, in the back of my own mind, is that we have previously talked about not allowing natural gas to be installed in high fire hazard areas. So I think we might want to continue that conversation after we have more information. Thank you. Thank you for asking that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Further questions? Thank you both. Do we have cards on this? Go ahead, Dwayne.
Roseland.
Hold on one second, Dwayne. Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I wanted to thank the city staff for all the hard work they're doing on this recovery and rebuild, but at the same time point out that folks that I know from the journey's end, especially some veterans that lived out there, have felt they've been neglected. And the situation is that there are mobile homes sitting there still 8 months after the fire, and we could have had people go in and clean them, and those mobile homes could be used. I hear the excuse, oh, well, it's difficult to move them. But actually, I've talked with folks, and they've said, you just put them onto trucks and flatbed trailers, and you get them to where you want to go next. So there's this real sense of almost not just discouragement, but disillusionment on the part of these veterans, that the approach is essentially put everything into the handbasket of Burbank housing and said, okay, they're gonna do a new project here, and so that's that. One of these guys has to live up in Sacramento right now. That's the closest place he could find. And others are wearing out their welcome at relatives and things of that nature. So I hope you would look into that. Secondary to that, I don't know if you saw on 9th of June, 100 small wooden buildings were built at Pioneer High School. Essentially, they're called sheds. And in other counties, tough sheds are used to help the homeless. And I was talking with people that put those sheds together out there, and they said, you know, we could make some minor adjustments and people could be in these. I've been in guard shacks before when I was in the military that were smaller than that. And that's just okay, you know, for a person on duty to be there, have a small cot they can rest on and get back up. Why aren't we using some of the oldest technologies we've known? Building a simple, small structure. Earthquake shacks, they were called in San Francisco after the 1906 earthquake, but they lasted. There's some still around, and I have this feeling that we're so busy looking at the new technologies and talking about just how we're responding to helping those who had houses burned down. We're missing a large portion of the population, the renters and the folks who were without shelter at that time. Could be anywhere in the thousands upon thousands who are not necessarily getting the attention that they need from our efforts now. So once again, thank you. Thank the city manager for what he's trying to do. And also, it's high weed season. Need to cut the weeds on the city property so that fires don't start there. We had an arsonist out in Roseland the other day, and that's not good. It could spread real quick. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you. Do you have, go ahead, Peter. Where are the...
Well, I don't want to, thank you. I don't want to repeat everything that Dwayne DeWitt just said, because I was going to simply second everything that he said. And I've known people out at Journey's End long ago when I worked at the food bank. I used to deliver there all the time. And maybe many months ago, I suggested, why don't we just put in a steel water. I mean, there's ways to put water there that can sustain the people until things get placed in a better venue, something that's more workable. It just seems, as I said before, that perhaps that place has been designated for something else, and that's why we're not really putting our attention in that direction. And so I'd just like to finish by saying that in Oakland, they're using tough sheds and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just wondering out loud why Senator Julie Combs, it's my understanding, has received more votes than any candidate sitting on either side of her, and why she's never been allowed to be mayor. Is it because the city controllers are somehow afraid of what she might do or say regarding the disenfranchised, those disenfranchised perhaps like the homeless?
Moving on, city manager's report. Anything, Mr. McGlynn?
Nothing to report.
Ms. City Attorney?
Nothing to report this afternoon.
Any statements of abstention from council members this evening? We'll move on to mayor's and council members' reports. Who would like to go first? Mr. Olivares.
Thank you, Mayor. 14 months ago, in response to the uncertainties and other issues at the national level impacting our immigrant community, we took action by declaring Santa Rosa an indivisible city. That uncertainty continues today, and more action is needed by this council. So I am asking my colleagues to join me in authorizing you to send a letter to Washington opposing the administration's current policy of separating children from their families. This policy is wrong at so many levels, and I know that any action that we take will be welcomed by our community. And also, if appropriate, I think it would be, I would also ask that if we could prepare a resolution opposing this policy as well.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Olivares. I'm going to guess that there's probably not objection from the council to sending a letter opposing the outrageous policies that we're seeing the administration carry out now. We can hardly even recognize our own country with what's going on at the border right now. Later on in the meeting, I'm going to ask the council during our budget time to reconsider helping to fund the Secure Families Fund that the county has an RFP out for now. They've received quite a bit of money from Turning Point, some money from Sonoma Clean Power. I'd like them to receive some money from the city of Santa Rosa also. It's not going to affect the families who are being separated at the border right now, but it can prevent families right here in Santa Rosa from being separated from each other due to these really inhumane policies. So is there any objection to Mr. Olivares' suggestion that we send a letter opposing these policies?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Olivares? Do you have anything, Ms. Sawyer? Down here? Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, report on two things. First, I want to update the council on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting that we had on June 14th. Received direction from the council, and I'll share with you how those votes went. Regarding funding the GSA through a parcel tax or fee, the board voted no to end those discussions. They did give the consultant time to continue the fee-based discussion on estimated groundwater use. Also voted no regarding continuation of member agency contributions. We also did authorize a letter to be sent to the Department of Water Resources commenting on data issues in the draft basin prioritization document. So I think some on this board we had heard there's 3 additional potential groundwater basins in Sonoma County, and they did raise the Santa Rosa Plain groundwater basin from a medium priority to a high priority. And quite frankly, the data that they showed from 2014 to 2018, it's like, how did you come up with this? So we have some of the plan managers sending some letters to DWR to clarify. Also submitted a request to DWR for an extension of the deadline for the basin boundary modification to August 31st for the very same reason. And then additionally, because of the new basins, it included the city of Sebastopol, who's very close to the Santa Rosa Basin. So should the city of Sebastopol request a jurisdictional basin boundary modification adding the city to the Santa Rosa Plains subbasin, we authorized a letter to be sent to DWR in support of that. So Sebastopol is part of our basin, but they opted not to have a member on the GSA board. But again, with this new movement, that might change. Regarding the administrator, we authorized the extension of the existing administrative contract with the Sonoma County Water Agency through October 31st, and to add a not to exceed amount of $30,000 to the contract, and to authorize the administrator to issue a request for proposals for administrative services in July. Also authorize the chair to appoint an ad hoc to review and score proposals to make recommendations to the board at its August or October meeting for said administrator, and authorize the administrator to extend Gold Ridge contract for clerical and financial services through October 31st and add a not to exceed amount of $25,000. And last but not least, I distributed a copy. A new logo was selected for Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater on one side, and then each of the other groundwater agencies in Sonoma County as they currently exist on the backside. Any questions on GSA before I go to violence prevention?
Go ahead.
Seeing none, thank you. We had our Violence Prevention Partnership Steering Committee meeting on the 13th, and what we were focusing on this was a presentation from the school, Santa Rosa City Schools, about the impact of summer vacation has on the students. And there's just some interesting information that I wanted to share. On average, students' achievement scores decline over the summer vacation by 1 month's worth of school year learning. And if you extrapolate that over a child's learning through senior high school, it's about a year's worth of learning that is lost. Declines were sharper for math than for reading, and the extent of loss was larger at higher grades. Importantly, these were some of the research that was conducted there. Importantly, they also concluded that income-based reading gaps grew over the summer, given that middle-class students tended to show improvement in reading skills, while lower-income students tended to experience loss. This is what is interesting. I know that the council gave some authorization for our Santa Rosa Recreation and Parks to do some after-school programs. So school-based summer school programs. Common suggestions include blending academic learning with hands-on or recreational activities, prioritizing summer school staff and forming partnerships with community organizations to leverage resources. And that's what the discussion was about at the partnership. We had about 45 to 50 people there, community members. How can we all chip in and help with this? Last but not least, Santa Rosa City Schools has opened their Integrated Wellness Center. It's at the former Lewis Adult Education Campus on Lomitas. It opened June 13th and will be open through August 1st, no cost, supporting Santa Rosa's students and families with counseling, academics, and nurse services after school hours, Monday through Wednesday, 1 to 4. That'll do it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Schwedhelm. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had an opportunity a little over a week ago to go up to Sacramento for the California League of Cities Environmental Quality Committee, the regional body that I sit on. The main topic of the conversation was on potential changes in Sacramento to what's called inverse condemnation for publicly owned utilities. In this case, obviously related to the fire, but moving forward with the discussion with PG&E, there was an attempt to prevent the California League of Cities from weighing in on any changes that might come out of the governor's office. And just as a little bit of explanation, if a publicly owned utility, which is basically a protected monopoly on an area, has even partial responsibility in the event of a tragedy, they are wholly responsible for the damage as well. It's the flip side of the protected status, and it is the only way really to guarantee that lines are maintained, that there aren't shortcuts that are taken that then put dollars into the investors' pockets at the behest of the local communities. We did ultimately take a position to oppose, as the California League of Cities, any changes to inverse condemnation that would increase liability for cities or counties in that discussion. It was, as I'm sure you can imagine, a pretty lively discussion with most of the investor-owned utilities throughout the state. They're trying to get the League of Cities to stay neutral. So the League of Cities is officially opposed to any backroom deals that might be cut here at the end of session in that regard. Really good for them to be at the table for the discussion. What we are being asked to do is to sign on to a letter from cities and counties basically saying the same thing, opposing any changes to inverse condemnation through the budget trailer bill process, through the end of session gut and amend process that would increase liability to cities. That letter has been, I believe, circulated by the city attorney, and if there's no objection to the council, I believe the mayor intends to sign on to that.
Any objection? None seen? Great.
We also then had the executive board for the Mayors and Council Members Association this last Friday, where the main topic of discussion was AB 2267. That is Jim Wood's bill that he is doing for Santa Rosa related to the Renewal Enterprise District, attempting to help us establish that with potential CEQA implications that this board has been briefed on. The Mayors and Council Members Association, as background, is required to have a unanimous position in order to move forward a position at that body without having to take it to the entire region. We did receive a unanimous position in concept supporting what we are trying to do with the Renewal Enterprise District and what Assemblymember Wood is trying to do with AB 2267. And so just asking for the same request that we mirror the Mayors and Council Members' position and send a support letter as well, and authorize the mayor, who I believe intends to be in Sacramento tomorrow for the committee hearing, to speak on behalf of Santa Rosa on that topic.
I have some questions about that. I have understood there are some amendments that have been made, and I would be willing to support as amended, but there are some serious consequences with regard not to the city. The city is well managed, well represented, and but I do have some concerns about what the implications are for the county. So if we can support as it's currently amended, I would be okay with that, but the original proposal had some serious CEQA implications that I'm concerned about.
So that's correct. That was the crux of the conversation that we had. I know we can't really get into a big back and forth on it during council member comments, but the position that the executive board took was support in concept. And that includes the amendments that were being offered, including, I think specifically you're referring to the inclusion of the airport in that discussion. That has been removed in the amendments. The concept is helping with the Renewal Enterprise District to put housing, particularly downtown, for Santa Rosa.
It really makes sense for our city. I have some genuine concerns about the airport and the county areas. So as long as they're not included, I'm happy to throw my full support or support as in concept or as amended. Your choice is good. Thank you for answering that question.
I think as amended covers it. Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Ms. Combs.
I have a couple of items. First, following up, I had the good fortune earlier today to have, I think this sort of follows up on Councilmember Schwedhelm's, how can we get more involved in student education? I had the good fortune of having a class of 5th graders here in this chamber this morning, having a field trip here. It was fabulous, and basically I had them elect a council from among themselves, and then I had the council of them select their mayor, because that's how we do it here, is we vote on a mayor. And then I had the mayor select a city manager, and then I asked them if they liked his selection or wanted to fire him for selecting that person, which the adults in the room got a kick out of. They chose not to, although he did not take their recommendation. The council selected a city attorney to sit in the seat, and everyone sat in the seats. We had a clerk, and we had a staff member to assist the manager and the clerk. And then they proceeded to have a budget discussion about what to do with $20 for their classroom. And I had brought $20 to donate to their summer coursework. We asked the city attorney if they had to spend it all at once, or could they divide it into parts, and their city attorney representative suggested that it would be okay to split it up. And then we checked with the city attorney each time whether the proposal was an acceptable proposal for the use of those dollars. And for the most part, the city attorney was happy to have the council choose what they wanted to do with their dollars. And I had presented a short list of things they might want to think about spending on. And so I had suggested some ideas to get them started of perhaps they wanted to have pizza, or maybe they wanted to buy toothbrushes or an emergency kit like Band-Aids for the classroom, or bus tickets to take another trip to a different event as something they could do with the money. And then they had public comment from the students and the adults who were in the room, one of whom said that they wanted healthier food choices. So we had that whole sort of dialogue. And then one of the council children, in fact, sitting at where Mr. Sawyer's, Councilmember Sawyer's seat is, said, "Can I change my mind about what I was thinking originally?" And they hadn't voted yet, so we asked the city attorney, who said yes, they could change their mind since they hadn't voted yet. And he stood up and said, "Why don't we give it to homeless people?" And I hadn't mentioned that. It was not in our conversation at all. And they had a conversation about that versus a pizza party or bus tickets. And then they voted unanimously for those funds to go to assist homeless people. 5th graders in our city. I should say 2 of those children also had parents who had recently been deported. I was just chilled with what they decided to do. So I had to share that today because I was truly astounded. And honest to goodness, I didn't prep them or prompt them in any way. This was completely self-generated. So that's the future for our city, and I think it's kind of amazing that given a choice between a pizza party and helping the homeless. They made, I think, a very wise decision with the government funds that they had available. So let me go on also, and I've had some interesting experiences this week with public service assistance. When I say public service, I mean customer service in a number of agencies. And I want to thank Maria at the Water Agency. If Ben is here, I have called a whole lot of different phone lines that involve utilities and getting things done for folks in our city. And better than PG&E, better than Recology, better than any of the outside public service, I had a public service experience with Maria in our water department that was the best of all of them. So I want to say thank you to her and to be public about how good our water department public service was. I was really pleased. Moving on to more professional things, I had the good fortune of chairing the regional planning committee meeting, and I do want to remind folks there is a survey out on housing construction and what the barriers are. We are having a good response from staff to this survey in general within the region, but we are having a terrible time getting electeds to explain what they view as the barriers to building housing within the context of this survey. You have all received the survey in your mailboxes. Please, it's email survey, please, it's brief, multiple choice, quick to answer. Please do respond to that survey. It will make a difference in how CASA and public comment goes, how the housing programs move forward. I had the good fortune of attending the police awards banquet, was really impressed with how many families came out to support officers and our department. We had the Peggy Sue show and downtown. That was a noisy, smelly, and fun. North Coast Food and Wine event happened. I want to say happy end of the feast, happy big feast day to Muslims who had, I think it's pronounced Eid al-Fitr. And one last item. A coalition of labor and community organizations has commissioned UC Berkeley economists to complete an economic impact study for a $15 an hour citywide minimum wage for Santa Rosa, phased in 2020, which is 3 years faster than the state $15 minimum wage. That study will be completed by July 31st, and then there is a coalition that intends to propose citywide minimum wage law for the city of Santa Rosa. I understand that's coming to us, and I'd like to move that the council have the conversation, which is how we do it, to schedule a study session in the fall to review the UCB study and relevant information regarding a citywide $15 minimum wage measure. And I need a second if it's available.
Second.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience.
And that will come back at a future meeting. Just a couple things I wanted to mention. It's been a busy 2 weeks, but a few things stand out. The Railroad Square Music Festival is becoming one of the best events that goes on in Santa Rosa. It's a free event that brings thousands of people downtown into the Railroad Square area, and it's an event that attracts people from outside the city as well as inside the city. Lots of families, lots of young people. The crowd did not look like me, and I was happy to see that. On June 13th, last Wednesday, the Vice Mayor and I had the privilege of presiding over a vow renewal ceremony at the Wednesday night market. 4 couples renewed their promises to each other. 2 of these couples had met years and years ago at the market downtown. A third couple was celebrating the 21st anniversary of meeting each other on that day 25 years ago. And the fourth couple, only half of the couple knew that they were going to renew their vows when they went to the market that night. And the other half was happy about it, and they agreed. So it was a happy moment. Last Thursday, the Long-Term Financial and Audit Committee met, subcommittee of the council. We talked about a couple of audits that have recently been completed. They will be coming to the council on a future consent calendar, but they'll be in your packet. You can take a look at them. Nothing out of the ordinary was included in those audits. Also talked about our banking services in the transition away from Wells Fargo, and we'll be all hearing more about that as a council as we go through the rest of this year. Also on Thursday, the Countywide Mayors and Council Association met in Cotati. One of the items on the agenda that night was talking about the reorganization of emergency services by the County of Sonoma. They are underway in that reorganization. The question was how much the rest of the community will be able to participate in those decisions. It was interesting, there was a brief presentation by a couple of dispatchers from the city of Cotati, police dispatchers who on the night of the fires went to the County Emergency Operations Center, to the County Dispatch Center to pitch in, and worked up there for at least a week or 10 days, filling in on shifts where they were needed. Their presentation was interesting to me because they talked about how it was easy for them to do because the city of Cotati and the County of Sonoma have the same dispatch system. That is not the case for every city in the county. It probably be, and it's probably one of the things that we should be talking about as we go forward with this reorganization of emergency services for the county. So Chairman Gore, the Board of Supervisors, and I have had a couple conversations about this. He was on hand to hear from other cities, and I think we'll all be hearing more about this going forward. That is the end of my report, and we will move on to item 10, approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes, and I'll take them all together if we can. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, we'll accept those as presented. And we'll move on to consent. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 11.1, motion approving a clerical correction to resolution RES-2017-146, adoption of wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment for employees in the city units 10, executive management, units 11 and 12, middle management, and confidential, and amending the fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget. Item 11.2, resolution appropriations limit fiscal year 2018-19. Item 11.3, resolution extension of the proclamation of existence of local emergency due to fires. 11.4, resolution extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Any questions, council? Seeing no questions, I do have some cards on this. Actually, before we go to public comment on this, I need to back up for just 1 second. I needed to make an announcement under the mayor's and council reports that I am appointing a subcommittee of the council to meet with our community outreach team to talk about the Sunshine Ordinance. We've had this come back to the council a while back, and there needs to be more of a focus on what we're looking for at the council level before a lot of work gets done that kind of gets pushed back on again. So I've asked council members Combs, Rogers, and Sawyer to serve on this subcommittee, and they have agreed. Now we'll go to public comment on the consent calendar. Mr. Cherneff.
Is that 3 minutes for 2 items or 3 minutes per item?
3 minutes for the consent calendar.
Okay. So my comments on that are, when we have this strike, why not have the city rework now to change this outdated, usury-based, banker-supported mindset and system? And why should such care and financial concern be allotted to city workers when some of them have arranged and support out-of-state labor to take away labor livelihood from local workers and union workers, such as in the 5,000 home unit operation? And also of concern, throughout the state and the country, not all of them, but many of the CPSs, as Mr. Ernesto Olivares was concerned about separating families, it's been known throughout California in certain counties, absolutely factual, that migrante fathers were intentionally deported for the sole purpose for the mothers to go broke and then have the children taken away. This is a business. And it's been done, and some of these kids end up and they're never seen again in a variety of scenarios. So these are some concerns I have about 11.1. Now 11.4, regarding the homeless, we're all in the same boat, and that boat is sinking as surely as amidst some of these homeless camps, we got some serious stinking. And, you know, of our local society, yes, every facet we must input. We each must be an asset. Those who champion any true cause need unite to free all animals with true applause. That's the one thing we have in common. The one thing that drags us down and separates us is the thing that can bring us together. But sincerity required has been clearly broken in regards to this topic that I so oft have spoken. For these animals, their safety is denied, and the terror felt by all that be slaughterhouse bound will now be absolutely, truly shared for those who simply have refused to care. For unto you have been untoward, vengeance comes to visit, so saith the living Lord. And that's a fact. That's an absolute fact. Weary am I of these empty words and empty attempts. Can't do anything for ourselves until we do what we can with all our strength and love for those who can't do for themselves, the ones that we have placed into these insane situations. I've said it, it is so.
Dwayne DeWitt.
Here, sir. Thank you. I want you to extend the proclamation of the homeless emergency. This morning at what's called Vet Connect, which is an organization that meets at the Vets Memorial Building every Tuesday morning, there were more homeless veterans there, and there was talk about how are we going to really resolve the matter of getting shelter for them. Someone mentioned an article in the newspaper recently about perhaps a new housing agency being discussed. And it brought to mind that we already have the Housing Authority. We're already, as citizens in the city of Santa Rosa, a jurisdiction that gets federal funding to take care of these issues. And many of these homeless veterans hold what's called a Housing and Urban Development Veterans Administration shelter voucher. I'm hoping that you folks, as you declare the proclamation and extend your awareness of the emergency, that you look into how we could be solving some things in a more simple manner. The city owns houses. The city's houses are assets. Those assets could be utilized to put homeless veterans in shelter. Each 3-bedroom house could have 3 veterans. A typical rent of $1,000 per veteran is $3,000 a month. You could be serious money there. This is a way that you could also help the veterans not suffer the stigma of homelessness. One of the dilemmas in our society is that if you've been ever termed homeless, it sticks with you forever, and it's always seen as a negative. It's not something that people see as a positive, especially employers or landlords. So these people who've served our country, these veterans who took an oath that said they'd be willing to even die for our nation if that were to come about, need to be given some basic respect and some basic assistance for shelter. That can be done with your existing housing authority. It can be done with your political will. If you would step up now and say, hey, you know what? We just want to really do something for veterans, not just go to parades or holidays, but do it now, help them when there's a chance. Your last meeting that I attended, it was mentioned that you may have as many as 10 houses owned by the city, and you're buying another one, oh, actually two by the end of the month over in Roseland. So there's 4 houses in Roseland I know of that could be used. Thank you for your time.
Merlin Davis.
The invasion and scattering of the camp on the Joe Rodota Trail went ahead as scheduled. Everyone was removed from their home there. They don't have houses, but they were removed from their home. They were separated from their community. I'm glad you have sympathy for children who are separated from their parents and parents who are separated from their children, at least if they're minors, because there are families among the people living out in the tent villages. A little more sympathy for those who aren't as privileged as yourself would be great too. 2 people died immediately after the scattering of the camp on the Joe Rodota Trail, likely directly attributable to the stress of having once again being removed from their homes and having to leave for where? No answer to that. Directly attributable to the threat of being thrown in jail if they don't leave. Directly attributable to losing contact with their loved ones. Directly attributable to not being able to rest anywhere for any length of time without the police coming and harassing them and telling them they have to move. And since then, over and over and over and over and over again, those people who had to leave their community on the Joe Rodota Trail have been harassed by the police, have been told to move on, have been threatened with arrest, have been given 10 minutes to pick up all of their stuff and leave for who knows where, or they will be arrested. Some people have been arrested. A state of emergency? When there's an emergency, you deal for those people who have been victimized by that emergency. That's not what you're doing. You're victimizing them further. You're harassing them. You're making things worse off for them. Direct law enforcement not to arrest, cite, threaten, harass, or otherwise punish people for camping on public land. They need space. They need to live.
Mr. Rogers, the consent calendar, please.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I will move items 11.1 through 11.4 of the consent calendar and waive further reading of the text.
Second. Your votes. It passes with 7 ayes. Ms. Gomez, do you have cards on number 12? Thank you. Moving on to public comment for non-agenda matters, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I may not be able to be here for the budget hearing, so I just wanted to put forward comments during this time that thank the city manager for looking into the possibility of getting federal funds from the United States Environmental Protection Agency for what's known as brownfields revitalization or renewal. The Roberts Avenue area of Roseland is a prime area for that. It's been annexed. It's been in the city for a while, but the annexations around it make it an even better opportunity for perhaps having what's known as a community or area-wide planning process for brownfields redevelopment. Frequently in other cities that have utilized this type of activity, they've found ways to help put housing in and deal with issues that are, if you'll excuse the expression, languishing in the public realm. So Roseland, as you know, has some issues that haven't been resolved by the annexation. The county may not have the money to do as they had said they would for road repairs and different activities due to the fire. My hope is that you folks would reconstitute a Roseland subcommittee as was held with the county in the past before the annexation agreement was finalized. This is because people in Roseland don't really understand what may not be occurring. We can see the rutted roads and we can see the potholes and we know the problems, but we want to know better what the county may not be able to undertake and what the city may be able to do. The dilemma that's occurring to us is the situation of Roseland's welcome into the city was a nice occasion all in all, but the problems that are up along Sebastopol Road, the problems at the Roseland Village Shopping Center, the problems that we have known about for a long time are not necessarily going to be resolved unless you have what's called local knowledge in the mix. If you do it with highly paid bureaucrats from various departments who don't know anything about Roseland, but come in and say, oh, well, I saw a report, it doesn't get to the real meat of the matter, if you will. So maybe one day I'll come back here with what I call the Wayback Box. That's a large box full of documents from the early 90s when the Southwest Area Plan was going forward. And it basically shows the different studies, the EIRs, all the different things that went down, and the financing mechanisms, the things that were needed, infrastructure, and haven't been provided. And now you're talking about switching up the way you'll fund some things in your latest meeting. So please, a Roseland subcommittee with Roseland people on it. Thank you for your time.
Elizabeth Nealon. She'll be followed by Alima Silverman.
Well, it's me again. Hi. I grew up on a farm in Pennsylvania, and I made the pledge to my 4-H club. You know, I pledged my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. And I won't go into the rest of it, but you know, I was a little girl. I thought it was like a good idea to pledge that. So anyway, yesterday I went to Berkeley and saw my homeless son, D'Artagnan, who was identified as a genius in the 5th grade and was in the Gifted and Talented program here in Sonoma County till he finished high school. Went to Berkeley for 5 years, got a bachelor's degree in biology. Went to Stanford for 5 years, got a master's degree in hydrogeology, has a brain injury, and he's living about 20 feet from the Amtrak railroad track at the corner of the railroad track and Cedar Street. Very happily, I guess, for the time being, but the trains come through about every 20 minutes. Of course, they probably weigh about the same amount as 57,000 Cadillacs. And while I was there, he shared with me, Mother, the other night I got up and I nearly got hit by a train. And I said, well, I guess my prayers are working. So that was pretty funny. Anyway, I heard on Berkeley radio yesterday that the United States is not above using starvation on the people of Yemen. Yeah, there's a lot of people with cholera. They're blocking supplies. I was going to sing Oh Ye Masters of War today, but it's rather a somber moment knowing that children are being torn from their parents when they might not even know their own names. I worked as a preschool teacher for 20 years, and yeah, there's a time when you have to teach a child their name, and yeah, I don't go into that any more than that, but John Kennedy was killed because he didn't like Israel. I believe Israel's a military puppet of our government. We've been persecuting the people there for 100 years, approximately. Oh, what else do I want to say? Let's see, I've been a socialist since I was 10 years old. My mother was a socialist from Canada. You know, I can't believe how the city of Berkeley or the city of Santa Rosa can't give them a field or open up the fairgrounds, or, as my roommate thought up, give them the old hospital up on the hill. And then one of the bus drivers suggested, what about the parking garages? I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to figure, you know. I'm so glad I'm going to be dying someday. I won't have to think about this every day. Thank you for listening to me. And the new Raging Grannies of Sonoma County will make a difference. Thank you.
Alima Silverman, followed by Peter Cherneff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Alima Silverman. I'm an architect in Santa Rosa, also a member of the Rebuild Green Coalition, which is a group of architects, engineers, and others who are helping people rebuild from the fires, homes that are even greener. I'm also working with clients who want to build ADUs on their properties here in Santa Rosa. That is the topic I'm here to address today. I've had two clients wanting to build ADUs, both retirees, wanting to downsize and make use of the existing living space that they already have. One is a retired doctor, one is a retired union welder, also a Vietnam War veteran. One client scrapped their plans after we worked together for just 1 week because due to the fees and the requirements of the current ADU ordinance. And the other client is considering scrapping his project as well for the same reasons. In January of last year, as you know, the state legislature adopted new regulations for ADUs throughout the state. However, they allowed cities to, at their own discretion, add requirements that they deemed necessary. This was done in Santa Rosa, and you passed that ordinance in December. I'm proposing that some of those additional requirements have hindered the ability of ordinary homeowners like you and me from building ADUs due to the high fees and in some cases unnecessary requirements, and that the ordinance needs to be modified. Last year, I designed an ADU in Santa Cruz, and their total fees for plans review and everything else was about $5,000. For a comparable unit here in Santa Rosa, it's $20,000 to $25,000 for fees and additional construction, such as construction in the right-of-way. I'm not here to complain, simply to point out an unintended consequence that came about due to the adopted ADU ordinance. I don't expect it to change overnight, but I also know that you revisit fee schedules every few years, and I believe that's next year, or so I was told. I'm here to offer assistance, and I'm willing to do research and work with city staff to look at reasonable fees and reasonable changes to the existing ordinance on an ongoing basis this year, next year, and in the future. We know that the council has made providing housing in Santa Rosa a priority. However, if an ordinary homeowner like myself or yourself can't afford the fees to build an ADU, then they won't be built and we won't have the housing. I will send this in to you in an email tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for your—
Peter Cherneff, followed by Karen Weeks.
Okay, all right. So I am many things and been called many more, but I'm not a socialist. And the philosophy of Ayn Rand I've always been impressed with. She said, the power to rule you by force via your contained, compromised consciousness has always been their only lust. But it cannot be done to you without your consent. If you permit it to be done, then you deserve it. And so, this is a message to law enforcement. What are you prepared to do? Sean Connery in The Untouchables, great movie. Of all the Dateline Catch a Predator stings they've ever had through all the decades, the #1 guy was Dr. Maurice Wallen right here in Petaluma. He had connections to Herbert Walker Bush, Senator John DeCamp's Franklin cover-up, the book, CIA finders, a chairman and primary child pimp and broker, Jeff Epstein, whose Caribbean fantasy island has been visited by many of the criminal untouchables, including Clinton and Dershowitz and Donatello Trump. Investigations into Epstein's cover-up rerouted by cousin Dianne Feinstein, which is precisely why the Pennsylvania Attorney General Kathleen Kane is in prison, by Dianne Feinstein, who also did the same thing to Senator Leland Yee. They were both innocent, trying to do the right thing. And so I introduced to the public Operation Lula Bell, because, those who victimize women and children often victimize animals. So this is to all veterans and law enforcement. Most have ignored the obviousness of Philly's cracked Liberty Bell, yet many great forces upon almighty horses took notice of Petaluma's valedictorian Lula Bell. It has been decided to codename this upcoming action by a already present almighty faction, being on a mission with the cosmic physician to heal with great care. For well over 40 years and millions of tears, law enforcement warriors have lain a snare for the myriad of traffickers of innocence in California and nationwide. Regardless of power and wealth, there be no escaping this action and stealth. There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. For I am that I am, commanding as the light of the sun, the arresting campaign to forever end their reign already begun. What a beautiful thing coming to a theater near us.
Karen Weeks, followed by Tom Sells.
Good afternoon, Mayor Corsi and members of the City Council. My name is Karen Weeks, and I'm a member of the Mayor's Ad Hoc Sesquicentennial Committee. And you have to say that, sesquicentennial. Thank you, Councilmember Sawyer, for steering me correctly. I'm here today to give you an update as to what's going to be happening on September 8th, and also to thank you as the council for supporting the festival. I see a lot of you are wearing the pins that we dropped off earlier today. The festival is going to be from 3 until 10 at night, as in the banner behind 3 of the council members. And at the very end of the festival, there will be a movie. We are lining up the entertainers and community participants and vendors for that day. And for updated information, please visit our website, which is santarosacity150.com, and go to our Facebook page. And we'll be coming back probably within a month or so with some more updated information for you. And thank you once again for your support.
Thank you, and thank you for your service on the subcommittee. Tom Sells, followed by Joe Davis.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Previously, I was reading from the Unitarians' national publication, national newsletter, and it was about make your enemy your friend. And we call that, in our faith, the hospitality of Abraham. I spoke about the unities. We have, similar to their unities, one church, one God, one sacrifice for all. We also have a unity in difference. We call it Catholicity. And like the apostles who heard the languages as one, they heard all languages as one. We're in every language, every different language. That's very important for us. It's a kind of unity. But I wanted to go on just real specifically about what our obligation is for the poor, and this is a written message from the metropolitan of America. Americans are witnessing the widest gap between the highest and lowest income families since officials began tracking the data, and it says more than a decade ago. Yes, much more than a decade ago. It is thus prudent for us to examine the words of some of the greatest of the early church fathers. St. Ambrose of Milan: "You are not making a gift of your possessions to the poor person, you are handing over to him what is his." St. Cyprian in 300 AD. "The property of the wealthy holds them in chains, which shackle their courage and choke their faith and hamper their judgment and throttle their souls. They think of themselves as owners, whereas it is they rather who are owned, enslaved as they are to their own property. They are not the masters of their money, but its slaves." The next time we hear about money and food for the poor is St. Basil of Caesarea, is a great father of the church, who tells us, "The bread is in your cupboard belongs to the hungry man. The coat hanging in your closet belongs to the man who needs it. The shoes rotting in your closet belong to the man who has no shoes. The money which you put into the bank belongs to the poor. You do wrong to everyone you could help, but fail to help." So, and last, St. John Chrysostom, one of the greatest fathers of all the Christianity, imparted from 340, he lived from 347 to 407 AD. Imparted some of the very serious words on the subject of poor when he said, "Not to enable the poor to share in your goods is to steal from them and deprive them of life. The goods we possess are not ours, but theirs." And then St. Clement of Rome: "Let the strong take care of the weak. Let the weak respect the strong. Let the rich man minister to the poor man. Let the poor man give thanks to God that he gave him one through whom his need might be satisfied." Of course, that's Christ, and we thank you.
Joe Davis, followed by Sean DeVere.
Not the way I usually list my name on my comment card, for good reason. Chris Corsi shuffles the deck, putting those he has a personal dislike for to the end, and has chosen to limit the number of people who can comment during this first period to 10, because he knows that those who comment later at the very end of this meeting do so amid incredibly low public participation. You'll be lucky to have a handful of people in the audience, if that. He reduces the speaking time when there's no one around to know or care of those people in the second public comment period to 1 minute. If you dare to make a comment on an agenda item which does not fit his narrow interpretation of the subject at hand, he will shut you down. If you insist on taking your time and not being illegally silenced, he will send a man with a gun to look you in the eye and threaten you. And everyone else on this council is complicit in this direct attack on our freedom of expression and our right to redress our government. You've bargained away the rights of the people in the hope that the items you want to come on the agenda will come up on the agenda. You've bargained away the rights of the people in the hope that you'll get 4 votes for something that you want. That kind of horse trading is not democracy. It's shameful. So the question for the 6 people up there on the council who are not doing this directly, who maybe remember what it's like to not be inducted into a corrupt system which silences the public. And certainly the question for the public is, how long are we going to stand up for this nonsense? When are you going to stop letting yourselves be silenced? Be harassed, be intimidated by people around the room with guns. How long are you going to put up with it? We're told that this is how totalitarian dictatorships run.
Sean DeVere, followed by Bob Hanson.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Hope you're having a good day today.
John, would you stand a little closer to that microphone, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John DeVere. I'm the general manager, partner at Perch and Plow, my owner, Amos, myself. First off, I just want to thank you all for how much you've done to the square and how much you've rejuvenated life down there. Second of all, I also would like to see how we as a community can kind of make it better for business owners that are helping us give people jobs and support the community. The main problem that I'm having as a business owner, as a general manager, are some of the events that are blocking off the square. It's great for the city of Santa Rosa, and we want to encourage the events. But when the event's not till Sunday and blocking off our main parking to the front of the restaurant is really hurting our business. And we've been in business, we've been open now since February 1st, and we've seen a dramatic decline on Friday and Saturday nights. Usually we're doing 10 to 12,000. And when the street gets blocked off, we're going down to about 5 to 6,000. Even my mom wouldn't bring my grandma to the restaurant the other day because we couldn't drop her off and escort her in because the streets were closed. It's just, I wrote a letter, and I'm kind of usually good at talking in front of people, but it's kind of different at this stage. So thank you for listening, bearing with me. But blocking off the parking for like the Pride event that was happening on Sunday, they did it Saturday. They blocked off the street in front of us, and literally they didn't do one thing to the street all day. So during that time, we could have had parking for a lot of our clientele that comes to eat dinner and wants to dine with us. It's the only access we have to our building. We're right on 90 Old Courthouse Square. We plan on redoing the bottom also with flavors, but it's making us second guess ourselves sometimes with the closures of the street. It's really hurting us. But we also went through a certain amount of hardships during the construction to reunify the square. We love the square. You know, the second problem is how often, you know, the squares gets closed off to the events. You know, the main thing, we just want to bring it to the attention of the city council and how we can go about rectifying the situation, which is best for everyone. We've launched a really great restaurant for the community of Santa Rosa. I think it's a place where everyone gathers. You know, I've heard a lot of historic value in the building that we've opened. It was the old Topaz rooms. And we're getting a lot of business meetings in there at lunch. You know, it's been a great journey to open this restaurant. This is the 5th restaurant I've opened in my career, and hopefully it's the last, because I really want to stay in this community and do a good job here. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Hanson, followed by Steve Dunright.
Good afternoon, everybody. As a Vietnam vet, the fact that we have a homeless community across our country of citizens of the United States is offensive. I'm waiting for our state and our local governments to aggressively protect the rights of the citizens of our state, of our country, as aggressively as they protect a community that's come to our country, an immigration population that less than 2% even applies to be citizens of the United States. 90% of our subsidized housing in Sonoma County is occupied by a population that are not citizens of the United States. I know families that occupy 4 apartments that are not citizens of the United States. Sanctuary state status, not decided by the registered voters of our state, decided by one man, our governor. I find that offensive. 5,000 homes, 5,000 housing units approved by our city council. 3,000 of those single-family tract homes. This with a 20-year drought, 30-year drought, projected to start in 8 years. 30,000 housing units being promoted by our county board of supervisors. This was a 30-year drought in our near future. This is a decision that has to be made by the voting public. This is a decision that will negatively impact the quality of life for the citizens of our city now. 5,000 in our city, 30,000 in our county, and we can't guarantee a water supply for this. I would hope that our city council would rethink this. I would hope that our county would rethink this. What are you going to do 15 years down the line when we got no water? We just barely squeaked through a 5-year drought. 30-year drought projected. It doesn't sound like good business to me. Thank you.
Steve Dunright.
Hello, happy Tuesday. What, did you guys downsize? I thought there was 7 of you. Anyway, I don't have too much to say because it's becoming redundant, so I guess I could ask questions like, does anybody know it wasn't a time capsule that was recently taken out on March at the square there, the new square that person just talked about? It made me think about it. I've never heard about that yet. And because I could talk about subjects like neglect or the homeless, or how about Santa Rosa, the famous city known for vet neglect, or how to deny homeless. But you did solve one question for me. I know I've spoke a lot of times and somebody figured I'm going to talk about the porta potty situation and the neglect thereof, why they can't come up. Hey, I could pass the hat. I know for Homeless Action and some other people, and even homeless people, we've been passing the hat, and we got enough money to put a couple of months worth of porta potties out for the homeless. If anybody, could I send the hat on down? Would you guys want to man up and put some money in here for this hat? Would be surely appreciated. You don't have to wield a pen saying no. And I'm glad to see Julie Combs still on the council, and I hope she always is. Her voice is well heard and well received, and I appreciate her heart from here. But I'm talking about stuff like you beat me out of the porta potty complaint because you successfully made it where there's really no place to put it. And I feel sorry for that poor woman, and she's a human being talking about her son close to the railroad tracks. I hope she didn't give away where he's at. Some bad things could happen. He'll have 10 minutes to clean up and go, and he won't hear when a train goes by, and 7 minutes will go by, and he'll only have 3 minutes left. I don't need all this anxiety, I'm sorry. But still no response to the homeless, but I do find out how we can find city property, because when the homeless move on to city property, the command comes out for the wonderful people, and some human beings, they are police officers, commanded and demanded to go seek homeless. It's kind of like a seek and destroy, but they got a 10 minutes removal. And they get informed then it's city property. You guys apparently aren't looking as hard as the homeless, because at least 3 since Camp Michaela have been disrupted and harassed. You know, little motorcycle accidents here and there, people getting beat up, tents going down. What's with the fires? How come none of the homeless camps burned on that thing? What was with the delivery system there? Did it fail? But everything I've heard today is a lot of people, all people, talking about people. A lot of this conversation was homeless people. You can put them in small letters like you did emergency. Whatever happened to the city of Santa Rosa is under a state of emergency 2.5 to 3 years ago, and I hear of appropriated funds, but it goes to non-appropriate places. Is it commingled funds? I hear all the money spent on the homeless, but I just see fencing right out here. You're very front of the building. I could put so many homeless in those little alcoves, but there's fence there. Absence of barbed wire, but fencing just the same. People used to sleep safely over there by the parking lot. Let's fence it. We put up more fences. We can show on our counter that we spent money on the homeless. Blessings. May I not be judged.
Thank you, Mr. Dunright. Moving on to our public hearing. And before we get started on the public hearing, I want to announce that the council is going to take a break at some point this evening to have a bite to eat. I'm not sure, it'll probably be sometime during this item. We'll see how far we can get. Mr. McGlynn.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, One of the individuals who came was an architect who asked questions about ADU policy. Is it possible for us to have a staff member get back to that person?
I sent her email to staff.
Thank you. Okay, she's leaving now. I don't think she heard.
Yeah, we will follow up with a member of the public.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. McGlynn.
14.1, public hearing, adoption of the City of Santa Rosa fiscal year 2018-19 operations and maintenance budget and fiscal 2018-19 capital improvement program budget. Alan Alton, acting chief financial officer, presenting.
Mayor Corsi and members of the City Council, the public hearing tonight bringing forth the proposed 18-19 O&M and CIP budgets is the culmination of a long process over a number of months. We had our goal setting in January, had a study session in April, and then 2 study sessions in May leading us to this hearing. Oops. The agenda for this item is really in 2 parts. So the first half we'll go over briefly the council goals and the proposed overview of the entire city budget and the general fund budget and the staff summary of and any changes from the study session. These items are all pretty much what you've seen especially in the last study session in May. I'll highlight what changes there are. There are very few. And then the second part of the presentation will go over the program requests that came at the end of the May study session and how we costed those out and proposed to fit those into the budget. So as I mentioned, the council goals were adopted in January. I'll go over them very briefly. And really, I just highlight them to note that they are a part of the budgets that the departments adopt, whether on project base or just within their operating budgets. You set out your goals, you set out your tiers. We develop our budgets in order to try to meet those as we go through. So of course we're looking to ensure financial stability. To effectively implement the recovery and rebuilding of Santa Rosa. That's very much throughout especially in the Planning and Economic Development Department budget. We are looking to meet housing needs and attain functional zero homelessness, invest in and sustain our infrastructure and transportation, provide community safety, value through city services and open government, foster neighborhood partnerships, and strengthen cultural assets, promote environmental sustainability, foster a 21st century city organization, and to foster a strong downtown overall economic development of the community. Very long list. So as we get to our budget overview, from a citywide standpoint, the total revenues citywide are $379.6 million. That's up from the prior year adopted budget of about $9.2 million. There is one change with this in that we found out within May that our gas tax that we would receive, so that's a special revenue fund, gas tax coming in is going to be approximately $600,000 less. We have a slide showing how we deal with that loss, but that's revenues that will not be coming into the city as we anticipated. And then throughout the city, we have a $447 million budget. However, $353 million of that is net of our capital improvement program. So if you're looking at straight operations of city budget, overall it's $353 million. So as I mentioned, we did receive less gas tax. This is a result of a increase that was anticipated and was part of calculations coming from the state. However, the State Board of Equalization did not adopt that increase, so it resulted in less revenues coming out. And for the city, it was about $617,000. So we reduced those programs in front of you by that amount. I will say that was done with a lot of thought. There are still budgeted dollars that are in those projects, so they can still move forward. We were just able to remove a portion of the gas tax from there.
So, Mr. Alden, really quick, my understanding is that this process where the Board of Equalization did not approve the increase has since been addressed in statute, and we shouldn't have to deal with this ever again, correct?
I'm not sure. That would be my hope.
Okay, that's my understanding is from conversations with the League of Cities that this is the only year where we should expect this to happen going forward.
We will get that confirmed.
So the other change from the past study session, the May study session, were two council items that went through, and we've incorporated these in the budget. One was funds we budgeted for the neighborhood schools, after-school sites in the Larkville-Weekiup area. Those were offset by revenues coming in, donation, if you will, from Burbank Housing. And then the other was a shelter fund operations increase for Samuel Jones Hall for the rapid rehousing. And that was offset by revenue from Sonoma County. So for the general fund, there's no changes in this. We have, for our revenues, we're looking at $159, almost $160 million in revenues coming in. All of the assumptions for fire loss and all that are the same as what we discussed in May. We do know that there is an item in the budget, the state budget, for the backfill of property tax. And as I mentioned in May, when we know for sure that we have that, we can make an adjustment for revenues to include that. Most likely that would be at the mid-year period would be the appropriate time to adjust revenue on that. But for right now, we're going with the same revenues that we had moving forward. And then for expenditures by our categories are $169.2 million, which is a almost $15 million increase over the year before. We've gone over this often. These are a result of cost of living increases, PERS retirement costs, and unfunded liability costs. I would note that we did keep our services and supplies flat. This was something that we saw early on, and so we put that direction out to general fund operations, and we were able to keep reasonably flat within all services and supplies costs. And then so that total budget is spread throughout the general fund operations, and this slide shows what that, or who got what, essentially, or who budgeted what for this. Again, 169.2 million spread throughout the city for general fund operations only. So into our fund summary pages, we do have a deficit of 14.2 million. That's a result of our revenues and transfers in being less than our expenditures and transfers out. This does, noting that our expenditures is over just our revenues in general, we do have a structural deficit that we'll get into in a bit. The transfers out, just so you know, we have, they're made up of CIP. The CIP is ADA project of $1.2 million, a LED light project for $600,000, which would, is the culmination of that project, and then $662,000 for Roseland Street repair. That is being funded through money coming from the county to pay for that. And then, yeah, so. We also have parking enforcement money that goes out. These are for the parking enforcement operations. The general fund transfers money to the parking fund to pay for that, but the general fund keeps all the revenue that comes in from that operation, and those, and actually the general fund receives more revenue than what we transfer out. The homeless services and the general fund that's tied to the real property transfer tax for homeless services and affordable housing totals almost $3 million. And then there's debt service payment for the courthouse square. So the next two slides are the status of our reserves. This is the slide that we've shown quite often, showing where we estimate to end at the end of this fiscal year, and this fiscal year only. It's it does take into account the drawdowns from the reserves that we did at the beginning of the year in order to pass the 17-18 budget. There were some other appropriations that happened during that year, one of which, and the largest of which, was to fund the cost of living increases for 17-18. But there was also for the cannabis programs and Roseland annexation, so we pre-loaded the expense of that without the revenue really coming in yet. So the expenditure hit on that is what's shown and what drives these reserve numbers. And then there are disaster-related appropriations that happened as well. So all of that totals out to where we had a healthy reserve balance leading into the year and not so healthy ending the year. And then moving into the next slide is what we wanted to do is to show the effect of some of the revenues coming in that resulting from both some of the cannabis industry tax and permitting revenue that's coming in. We wanted to show the offset of some of the fire recovery permitting expenditures. There is a direct revenue offset with that, and there's some estimated FEMA reimbursement costs that we know that are going to come in. We're at the tail end of the submittal for that project. So we wanted to take a step back from an ultra-conservative look at our reserves and show on those things that we think that we might be able, or not that we might be able, that we think that we can count on the revenue coming in. We wanted to make sure that we showed that. But in doing that also, we knew that we had a deficit that was coming out for this upcoming year, and we know that that comes right off the top in passing a budget, so we needed to show that as well. What that means is that you get to estimated reserves at $11.3 million is what we would estimate going way out to the end of the 18-19 fiscal year. But just that in itself shows that we are about $14.1 million below where we should be by council policy. The main point of that is that we definitely have a reserve issue, and part of that is coming from paying for the budgeted deficit that we have that I'll show now.
Mr. Alton?
Yeah.
This does not include any potential backfill on property or sales taxes?
It does not.
And I understand why it doesn't and why we're not including that, but can you give us a ballpark estimate of what that potentially could be?
Right. So for 17-18, I believe it was about 500 and we'll say about $500,000. For 18-19, the amount was closer to $1.2 million. So it would be so about $1.9 million that we should be able to get. And again, like I said, we would look at mid-year as an appropriate time that when we knew we had that money, we'll adjust our revenues to be able to reflect that.
Okay, and that's combined sales and property tax?
That's just property tax. To the best of my knowledge, there isn't a backfill on sales tax.
Okay, thank you.
So long-range financial forecast that you've seen before sort of speaks for itself. Anyway, it shows that we have a $14.2 million deficit for this year. That goes up in fiscal year 20 as we have the third year of the cost of living increases going into that, so that will drive that cost up. And then also, again, they're hitting the high water mark of about almost $24 million, $25 million as it goes out. I would caution though that as you get past year 3 or 4, then it's just kind of a target. Our better numbers that we have, our better assumptions are in the first few years of the forecast, and that's pretty typical with any long range plan. So moving into our staff summary and our authorized, this just shows the changing of the authorized staff summary on a citywide basis. We will increase staff by 17 FTE. That is, the majority of that is in the general fund areas. So, which is made up of some mid-year adjusted positions of those who are going in for cannabis and Roseland programs. But then there is also some additional cannabis related positions that are going into the budget for this year. So the 14 that were approved in the mid-year plus the 6 for this year, or for 18-19, gives a total of 20 FTE in the general fund, and then that's offset by a reduction of 3 FTE through some reorganizations in the non-general fund departments, give you a total FTE increase of 17. These are the non-general fund reorganizations and changes that we made in that area. So with that is a very high-level view of our budget. Again, other than those items that I've laid out, these are the same numbers that we've had going definitely since May.
Thanks for that review. At this point, are there any questions, Council? Yeah, Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. So back on slide 13, you don't have to go back there, but it did make mention of the real property transfer tax and the $713 million or $713,000 transfer out. And throughout the year, it's been brought up a couple of times by me and by myself and others that it's something that we would address this budget cycle. Sitting here, I don't feel as though this is the appropriate venue to discuss it or what a future outlook would look like for the real property transfer tax. So I would defer to the mayor. Is this an appropriate venue to kind of ask questions about it and what some sort of a future policy would look like, or should I set that in a separate agenda?
I think that we've delegated that to the Long-Term Finance and Audit Committee. We did have a brief conversation. Actually, we didn't have a brief conversation during the meeting. We had, during the meeting, a proposal from one of the proponents who's been asking us to change our policy on this. We will agendize that for the next Long-Term Finance Committee meeting, and that is July 14th, I believe. Second Thursday in July?
I think it's second Thursday. So.
Okay, so I'm not sure about that date, but we will be taking this up again. I've been having some conversations with folks in the community and with staff about this.
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
It's not forgotten.
Thank you.
So moving on to the next part of the presentation, which is the program cost estimates and funding options that came up at the end of the May study session. So what we've done, so in May, as you recall, we provided a number of program costing items. Those actually came from the April study session. We got to the May, and scaled that amount down based on consensus from the council, and the total amount came to about $1.5 million. So then staff went through that list and determined of the ongoing and one-time costs, how we would go about funding those programs and to bring them back for this budget.
I would like to add that there is an item that's in the list that's a reference to a particular vendor. Staff will address that in the future and will not. It is the Portland Lou item. That should not be an indication that the staff is pursuing a sole source arrangement with a particular provider.
So again, we had about $1.5 million of costs, so staff needed to come back and figure out a way that we could fit that into the budget. We also, through that, we noted that there were, looks like 5 positions that would, actually more than that, FTEs that would be added in order to make some of those programs move forward. So the ones, actually really all of these are development related. The ones for PED are largely tied to the downtown development, but the associate right-of-way agent, this 2-year limited term, this is a position to supplement the existing right-of-way agent, given the amount of work that person needs to do in order to make these projects move forward. She really needed additional staff around that program. But given the up and down nature of development, we wanted to do this on a limited term basis that we can review at the end of that period and either extend out, or if the need isn't there anymore, to allow the position to term out. So we put that also, we assign that position to the city manager's office as a way that it could be, it's kind of more of a global position. The right-of-way work that's being done it really benefits a number of different city departments. It's difficult to put it in just one. Right now, we have the struggle of dealing with the right-of-way agent being actually in the water department, and we need to.
So I think it's one of these structural issues that we're trying, once we get the position approved, we're actively working on where the right-of-way agent should be placed. Typically, we've placed positions where the primary funding source, I believe we can rethink that model and actually serve citywide benefit and fund from one location. So again, I think it's more of a structural conversation that's ongoing to achieve an efficiency here, but typically the right-of-way agent has lived in the water department since that had been the primary work of the agency. So this is a temporary assignment of the position as we look at where ultimately all of this will fall within the organization.
So moving on, this is, I would be remiss to point out that as we increase the budget, and $1.5 million would be an increase to the general fund budget, this does have an implication to Measure O baseline. As you know, Measure O baseline is tied to the percentage of the general fund budget, so if you increase that budget, it could have an implication to the programs there, especially those that are either right at baseline or just slightly above it. So what you see before you is a slide of the how the departments line up to baseline as in their current as it's the budget is currently proposed. So this does not include these programs that we're about to talk about. So with fire at baseline and violence prevention partnership being just slightly above baseline, some of these actions may draw them, would draw them below baseline. So you do have some options in front of you, and so we wanted to point those out. Measure O does allow you, with 6 affirmative votes, to allow a program to be below baseline. Additionally, we know that when the fire contract settlement occurs at some point in the future, that COLA cost itself will bring them up above baseline. So if we were to do anything like this, it could literally just be a temporary fix on this, or it could be possibly what we could do is go back and wait for those things to shake out and then adjust budget at a later point. The point being is that you do have some options as we go forward, but Measure O is very much a part of general fund budgeting, and so we wanted to make sure that you knew this going into it. So we've broken these the fundings into 3 different options. So A, B, and C. I will state that the option A, which is before you now, is what staff would recommend with this. This is the one that would address those programs in the 18-19 year only. We took even the ongoing programs and ongoing costs, we're still just addressing them as a 1 year, and we would address the ongoing costs or revenue that would come in from them within the 19-20 year. So we wanted to look at something that would have the least amount of effect on operations within the general fund. Operations meaning positions, going away. In some departments, that would happen. So what we did is we came up with a way of taking remainder money of the city manager's contingency, using about $150,000 for that, and then taking 2 CIP projects that are in the general fund and essentially deferring part of those budgets out to 1 more year. So as I mentioned earlier, the LED program was to end in 18-19 at $600,000. What we're proposing is that it ends in 19-20, and we only budget $300,000 for 18-19 and $300,000 for 19-20. That just allows us for a one-time budget flexibility to be able to do this. It's the same thing with the ADA improvements. We would we would just defer defer $200,000 of it. You would still have a $1 million budget to do ADA improvements. This would not have any a legal impact to us. We're still doing work, but it allows us the ability to, again, have that flexibility.
And additionally, it would continue the planning work that's necessary to update the action plan and then have a better idea of what the future holds for this particular program.
So and then the final item.
Hold on just 1 second, Mr. Alden.
Were you going to be, I think you're probably going to discuss the transit piece? Was that?
I was just there.
Okay, never mind. I thought you were going to move on. Thank you.
Nope.
So if I could, before you get there, you mentioned the LED lights. Obviously, 300,000 is a better number for us looking at the budget than 600,000. Is there an associated savings in energy or utility costs that we are not offsetting through that reduction? And I'll have similar questions in other areas that we're cutting.
He's coming.
Good afternoon, Jason Nutwood, the Director of Transportation Public Works. For the LED streetlight program, it does have a minor change in our cost of electricity because we won't be replacing the LED streetlights quite as quickly. However, a majority of the streetlights have been converted at this point, so we are on our trend upward as far as seeing our maximizing our savings. So this will have an impact, but it's a minor impact in our opinion relating to the energy costs.
Okay, and it'll just push it out a couple of years?
We'll ultimately push us out because we're always lagging a bit, so it'll push us out a little over a year.
Okay, thank you.
And we are embarking on a study and work with our PGE meters to look at reducing costs in those areas there.
And bring more accuracy to actually the metering, and that is a way that cities have in the past saved substantial money, is going through a metering upgrade project, which brings more accuracy because usually these meters were installed ad hoc over a period of time, and it is the technology has improved ways to actually monitor usage. We just need to do the upgrades in the metering process.
So for the transit loan, the big ticket item of this one, so we were last year we proposed, or this current fiscal year, we worked out a loan from the general fund to the transit operations because they were running a deficit. However, they have been able to, through their work, to actually not need that loan. And so as a result of that, we can release those back into the general fund and then just turn them right around to fund some of these programs. Now, they do have, are looking at a small deficit going up in the next year, but this is kind of, they're at the point where they think that further need of money for the general fund right now isn't necessary, but it's something that we are looking at, so we feel confident in using these funds.
I would say that the staff, as you heard in the report from the Transportation and Public Works Director, is still concerned about their ability to sustain this. So I will place a marker here that we may be back in a conversation with council vis-a-vis this item. It was hard to figure out how to hold on to an item when we'd been very successful, and point of fact, that's the way we should operate. We shouldn't hold the money even with a little bit of anxiety. We should release the money and then come back and have a conversation with council if things are significantly changing in the field. But right now there's confidence in those numbers, just like was related by the Director of Transportation and Public Works, and I really need to commend the team in the Transit Division for doing this hard work, not only managing a change of service delivery, but really getting into the nuts and bolts about how we run on a daily basis and where there could be efficiencies achieved so that we could become a more sustainable part of the operation.
So all of those items total to about $1.534 million, which would solve our problem for the 18-19 year with, like I said, very limited, if any, impact on staff and operations. So that said, though, we do have other funding options to talk about, and this would, and there are department heads and representatives for each of the departments of the general fund operations that we would be dealing with. They can talk about the impacts there. We did look at doing really two sets of reductions where we would do across the board cuts in operations. So option B and option C are relatively the same. In fact, they're nearly identical. The difference between B and C is that in C we removed fire department from the list because they are at baseline. Any cuts to their general fund operations just drives them below baseline, which then causes a problem from you in complying with the ordinance. Again, you could vote with 6 affirmative votes to allow them to be below baseline. That's why we provided an option B that includes their cuts within there, but we also have the C option if that removes them from that list. So what I've done is, or what we've done as departments, we put together impact statements for the loss of budget to their operations on either the B list or the C list. In some cases, for some departments, B and C are the same. In other words, the impact's the same. The dollar amount could be different, but you're essentially gonna result in the same impact. For others, there's a distinct difference between one and the other. So I will go through them and discuss those impacts, but like I said, the department representatives are here to be able to answer questions on those impacts and any other questions you would have. So beginning with the city attorney's office, again, this is one of those situations where option B and option C, the impacts are relatively the same. We would defer the recruitment of the assistant city attorney for the cannabis program that you saw earlier on the slide of position ads. For the B option, it would be about a month and a half that they would leave it unfilled, and then it would be 2 months for the other, for option C. relatively low dollar amounts, but for a department like the city attorney's office, they really are more staff heavy, so this was the way to be able to generate those types of savings. Again, for human resources, the same type of thing. B and C are virtually the same in terms of changes to the operation, and it would just be a reduction in services and supplies, specifically for professional services consultants, which they use in order to help them with their daily operations. So that would have a delay in that work being done. Again, for the finance department, B and C are virtually the same. I looked at this and you know, I really, I had a vacant position there, which is an accountant position. And I felt that at this point, what I would do is just eliminate that if we went down this road. It would have an impact to mostly, and as the city expands its need for financial reporting services, that's mainly where the impact's going to come in. I should still be able to get financial statements done, get the audits done on those financial statements. There may be some delays in that, but I do believe I'm staffed well enough to be able to manage that. But for new items that come on board, whether it's special task districts or debt issuances or the red, anything that would have additional financial reporting work that would be done with that, the loss of that position would eat into our ability to support that work. It would also impact severely it would make impossible my ability to expand our internal audit program. The vacant accountant position that we have is that we've been trying to fill with an internal auditor and just haven't been successful in doing that. We have one audit position that is doing all internal audit for the city. I would really like to expand that before I burn that person out completely. So this would allow her to burn out quicker, I guess. Slower, okay. So for housing and community services, it's the same thing with option B and C. You're looking at relatively small dollars amounts. They're there. What we would do is just lessen the amount of transfer money that would come in from the general fund that's tied to the real property transfer tax. It would essentially hold vacant the program specialist 2 position in the housing trust and just kind of set that it would just delay that in the work that work would do. Sorry, wrong button. So planning and economic development, again, for this we would eliminate 1 position that's there, and this would have an impact on our ability to meet the demands of the development community and other sectors that we work with. This could also have an impact on the revenue that comes in from those sectors, especially with development. Our inability to process plans, to get permits going through. People stop pulling those, that's less money that comes into the city for that. So with the police department, this is really where we get into the first one, where we would have 2 different cut scenarios depending on B or C. So for option B, there would be the reduction of 2 positions. One would be a sergeant, the other one would be a police officer. This would increase the span of control for supervisors, decrease the time in the field for the sergeant to provide field supervision, and decrease our core services, and at the same time increase our overtime costs. And then with option C, it's those first two cuts that would happen, but in addition, we would eliminate a community services officer, and then, so again, a lot of the same things, but there would also be an increased waiting time for some reports to be taken, and that would be done by the community services officer. So with the Recreation and Parks Department, option B, we would consolidate the senior services at the Pearson Wing and close the Bennett Valley Senior Center. In doing so, also eliminate a half FTE groundskeeper position. So transferring all the senior programs and rentals to Pearson Wing and Steel Lane, and it would consolidate staff and eliminate some temporary staffing at the Bennett Valley Senior Center. And we would also look at deferring some non-safety park repairs. Option C, it does all of that, but it increases the elimination of the groundskeeper to a full FTE. So for the water department, and really when we say this, yes, it's the water department, but it's really the stormwater operation that has the general fund component to it. It's a very, very small dollar amount that would hit them, and what they would do is decrease some of their equipment repair and maintenance costs through some deferrals and then also some supply costs. So limited impact on that, but that's where they would need to go in order to meet those needs. And then with the Office of Community Engagement, again, looking at relatively small dollar amounts, but it does have an impact in their services and supplies budget. That's where they would go with this. There would be a reduction in professional services and other outside services, and some subrecipient funding. The impact of the subrecipient funding would be that it would reduce the Roseland Cinco de Mayo sponsorship down from a $5,000 down to $3,000. Going with an option C, it would reduce, that reduction would come out of the CAP grants, reducing it down to $33,000. For information technology, again, B and C are really going to have the same impact, and that's a reduction in the software licenses. That is a big cost driver in information technology. So losing that does have an impact. The IT resources will need to consolidate several of the software applications, and there'll be a one-time investment of existing IT resources to accomplish some of the migration. So that's, you know, in order to go into that smaller amount. There could be some usability that would go away, or usability, excuse me, due to this consolidation. But anyway, so, and then with the fire department, only an option B on this one. Again, that was their only part of this. $214,000 would really just be a reduction in overtime, and that would impact our 2-in, 2-out abilities. So essentially that fourth firefighter that is on engine 6 that goes across all of the shifts, all the 3 shifts, and that would be for half a year is what would the cost of that. So there are impacts that go along with this. There's it will decrease the normal the efficiencies of that operation for engine 6. It could delay interior fire attack. In other words, there needs to be 2 on the outside before 2 goes in. And so if you have 3 there, you need to wait for the other truck. I know I'm mangling this, and Tony will probably correct me, but that's the basic gist of the 2 in, 2 out there. So it could have some delays of that. Yeah, I think that's, it would draw them below baseline. So again, it brings up the same issue that came there before. So that's all of the—
Mr. Alton, I have a question about the fire department item here. Is the need for the 4th firefighter, because it's based on the loss of Station 5, is that something that's reimbursable through the federal disaster aid?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Tony Gosner, Fire Chief. It is because we lost Station 5. The Crew 4, Engine 5 is stationed at Station 1 now, but because of the hole, missing people from Station 5, we had to add a 4th person to 6. That part I am not aware is we can get any recovery from that through FEMA. That is simply our operation.
Yeah, we'll double check that, but I'm highly doubtful that ongoing operations would be covered under any reimbursement scheme. But we'll check.
Thank you.
So that concludes all the department impacts for those options B and C. So the next few slides are just basically summarizing the different funding options that we have there. Again, we have the department heads here that can answer any questions. But again, we have funding option A, which would be the staff recommendation, and then option B and option C. So we could talk about these now. There are a couple of other slides in the presentation, just a couple more. It's however we want to—
Why don't you go ahead and finish the presentation?
So there are a couple of programs that aren't included in this list now, but they will be brought back to the council during the fiscal year. So one of which is a grant that goes along with the Renewal Enterprise District. So we're reasonably sure that grant will come in. We're going to bring it back at that time, appropriate the expenditures for the work, and then recognize the revenue that goes along with it. So it's offset. And then the other one would be the rental inspection, and staff right now is currently working on the startup of that program internally. We have several different departments involved. We are updating both the expenditures of the program and the potential revenue offset that would go along with it, and then we'll bring that program back to the council when we've completed that initial internal work.
And the proposed timetable for that is early October to bring forward for council so we can get the program underway.
So with that, we have city manager closing comments.
So I'm going to be very brief. I think it is back on the deficit situation that we need to be working on. So we have a $14.2 million ongoing obligation going into the shortfall going into next year as it relates to ongoing operations. We do have to make cuts to close that gap. In absence of revenue that could potentially be in to offset that. Even the revenue projections that the council will consider next week will not be enough to entirely close that gap. So I want to make it clear that there is hard work that will commence immediately following the adoption of this budget. And that means the council will be brought forward some conversations. This is the beginning of that conversation. In 30 days, I think staff did a really good job of starting to articulate some things. That future conversation will include things such as, these are programs that we currently perform. These are programs, and how staff is evaluating those programs as they relate to, for lack of better terminology, things that we like to do and that we think the community values, things that are essential for us, that we feel are essential part of our workload and compact, and then those things that are mandatory. So the council can start to help us understand better what programs will continue into the future. But there is this issue. There is an issue we have to face because we can't continue to operate even once we get some reimbursement from our federal partners. This deficit situation predated that conversation. We were supposed to have that begin that conversation this year. I know that the school board has faced a similar conversation, a very tough conversation, where they've had to prune upwards of $7 million in the last year alone. They're facing their own issues about potential loss of enrollment of students in response to the fire. So again, we're working really hard as a team. I think you can be proud of the team and what we've brought forward to you to date. The conversation will look somewhat like this, but there will be more specifics when we come forward on do our best job to project response time as impacts. That was a little hard to do in 30 days, but that will be the next set of conversations as we get into the fall. I just would point to council that it is a deficit situation. The solutions that are brought forward to you, and the reason the staff recommends a one-time solution, is because there is going to be difficult conversations that we want to take a crack at and really manage that conversation instead of just doing across-the-board conversations. I'm not saying we won't be able to get there. As some of you know, it's easier to have those across-the-boards conversations for some departments. Others are more program-based, so there will probably be a mixture of those conversations. But the hard work after adoption today really begins starting the next day after adoption, because we have to have a conversation with you early enough in the budget cycle so it can't wait till January. We're going to have to get into that in the summer and the fall to really talk about where we're going as an organization and how we're going to sustain this organization, because the other thing the council has to do is bring the reserves back up. So it's not just a conversation about O&M, it's about restoring the reserves to at least the level of 15%, because without those reserves, we would have been in very, very, very difficult conversation. So I really want to thank the staff for going through this change in process, and I think it's been a good change for us. We're looking forward to the future conversations, but it is going to be the start of a very difficult conversation moving forward after tonight.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. I announced earlier the council is going to take a short dinner break, but before we do that, I want to make sure that we've got questions answered while they're fresh on our minds from this presentation. Questions? Anyone? Yes, Ms. Combs.
I'm holding up dinner. Thank you, Mayor. And I really want to appreciate staff and your presentation. It's very helpful, and I also appreciated the opportunity to talk with you in advance of the meeting. And I want to thank staff. This has been a remarkable budget year. It's been a remarkable year. Many of us many of you lost homes and still have done your ordinary line of work, which is extraordinary, and the work related to fire recovery, which has been extraordinary, and are rebuilding your own homes. So, you know, the fact that staff has done this is really remarkable, and I want to thank you. I appreciate the city manager's comments. We have a serious budget deficit, and we need to deal with it. And I understand that we're going to need to do some cutting to close the gap. I'm also aware that we have a serious emergency with regarding to housing and homelessness. So I want to make sure that we're also finding solutions within our resources without relegating that to leftovers, but are recognizing the priority that housing and homelessness has for us. So based on that, I'm afraid I have some additional questions. The first one is, if you don't mind, I get asked on a regular basis, how come we can afford to build a road or maintain a road or put in a new sewer line instead of some other thing? So I'm wondering if there's a way you can show us the explanation of capital budget funding sources and allowable uses slide. I had hoped that this would be available in your packet. We have it here, but I think it's fairly phenomenal to see this because I went through the capital improvement program budget trying to find funds we could move from capital improvement for other uses.
Right. So given the timing of when that came up, I wasn't able to slide it into this presentation. Okay. I will say, though, it is online in our, yes, so it's part of the CIP book. At the very beginning of it, you don't have to sift through the 100 pages, so I believe it's on like page 11 or something like that, but it's at the very beginning where it discusses the capital budget, and it lays it out there.
If I may?
Yeah.
This sheet of paper has 25 line items for capital improvements on it, where we fund our capital improvements. How many of these 25 items could we use for something other than the designated item?
Well,
I know the answer.
Yeah, one.
Thank you.
That's, okay.
Thank you. I'll let somebody else ask how much is in that one, because I know it isn't as much as is in all the others. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can talk about it. So,
please.
Again, and I apologize. We talked about this when we went over this, and
this is really frustrating to me. That
right, and I meant to.
Always saying, how come are you doing this and not that?
Right. Okay. So the only funding source that you have that where you have the discretion to use it on anything you want is the general fund. All the other ones are restricted in some way. Some are a little less restrictive than others, but they're still restricted to particular uses that go along with that source, and that's what that page talks about. It goes into each and every revenue source that we're getting from that and the restrictions that go along with it. That said, when we looked at option A and I talked about those two general fund or those two CIP projects, those are general fund CIP projects. And there are only a couple of general fund CIP projects that we could even look at of appropriations for this year. So there was the ADA program, there was the LED lights program, and the third one is the Roseland Street projects, but that again has a revenue source that's tied to it. So I left that off of it.
Yeah, and we made some promises there as well. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be really clear why we were having the conversation the way we were having it. So if you can clarify for me, I have to admit I'm a little confused still about exactly what we're purchasing on page 25 under the title Housing First, the $852,000 line item on page 25. I have a couple of questions about this one. And thank you for your patience while I ask. The first question before you give me the whole rundown on what it is this in any way related to item 15.4 coming up? In other words, does our vote here affect item 15.4 coming up?
Council Dave Gwine, Director of Housing Community Services. The short answer is no, it does not.
Thank you very much.
This is an additional ask. So very briefly, this is the budget that you saw in January, and again, I think it was in April, that completes the...
That's not slide 25, I'm sorry. I don't want people confused what I'm asking about.
Yeah, me either.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Here we are. So the $852,000, this is the money that would, $500,000 of that is rapid rehousing to move folks through the shelter system. The balance repurposes the Homeless Service Center on Morgan Street to a housing focused and extends the hours through the weekend. And then it hires a housing navigator locator for the Family Support Center.
Okay, does this fund create new shelter beds or new beds for housing?
This fund would complete the repurposing, if you will, of your existing shelter system, Samuel Jones Hall, Homeless Service Center, Family Support Center, into a housing first focus program. And what we want to do is see if it does create additional shelter beds by moving folks through the system more rapidly.
So if people turn over faster into housing, then the shelter opens up. And we've been aware there's a bottleneck there and has been. Is this added on to an existing contract, or have we done an RFP for any of these services?
We have not done an RFP for these services. It would be change orders to existing contracts with Catholic Charities to operate those facilities.
Okay. Does this come with improved data received from our service provider? For example, I've been asking about 12 individuals who received motel vouchers from 6th Street and now Joe Rodota Trail, and I'm having difficulty finding out what percentage of them have moved into permanent housing or not. So I'm asking, will we be receiving better data under the new contract, or is it written? Do we know what we're asking in the contract?
The contract, as it's currently conceived, would extend what's in place, but there's several times we've been talking about homeless services where we've heard, different requests for more data or tracking an individual further into housing placements, like at 3 months, 6. So
I understand we can't know what an individual is doing, but we could know that of the 12, 3 went back on the street and this many were placed. So I just want to be clear, I'm not asking for confidential information.
Oh.
You can finish your sentence. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, these are fair questions, and they're part of tracking the Housing First program. But in the opinion of staff, it would be something we could schedule a study session for example, and get the legislative body's interest on what this data might be. And as you know, I sent an email last week about new state funding. What will they be reporting on? What is HUD reporting on? So it's certainly an interest of the providers and your staff to sort of streamline that and package it as best we can and make sure we can offer it back to you.
If our interest is rapid rehousing, is it possible for us to set this contract up in such a way that we are actually paying the vendor per person rapidly rehoused rather than as a flat monthly rate or a flat annual rate?
I understand the question. I have to consult with the provider to see if that's possible.
Well, okay, and us, to see if we'd like to do that. Thanks. And I'm just wondering, many of you know I have a really strong interest in our domestic violence programs. At what point do we ask whether we could use either some of these funds or some additional funds? And I did hear we have funding issues. But my understanding is that Sam Jones does not serve families with domestic violence, and the HSC also does not serve families experiencing domestic violence and aren't set up for it. So I'm really concerned about where women and children go who are experiencing domestic violence. And my understanding is that for $50,000, we could get 5 rooms, and a room serves more than one person. A room serves the family with the parent. It seems like a pretty good deal, 5 rooms for a full 5 families for $50,000. And I'm just wondering how as a council do we, can we insert that into this? Can we use some of this? What's our process here?
I think you're open to make suggestions at this point and then bring those back for final authorization at the motion.
After dinner?
After dinner at the motion. You know, I think it depends on what we're talking about in terms of dollars. If they're the dollars you're talking about, you could propose a potential resource on the chart above, you know, or you can ask staff to try to weed our way
another
$50,000 out of someplace. I mean, usually we would handle that at this point through an attrition program. Okay. We would probably hold hiring even more stringent than we are to make that resource become available.
Thank you. I'm really concerned about not serving a particular key population, particularly in light of the fact that a large number of women who are homeless through domestic violence. And this is a way of preventing them from having a full family on the street. The other question I have is there's a proposal from Homeless Action regarding some funding to provide services for 290 persons. Is that the same answer if we want to have that conversation? Is that the same process as we would have for the domestic violence conversation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those were my questions that I was concerned about. Thanks.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious about what the $75,000 in downtown parking assets were and what program that's supporting.
Don't go too far away, Mr. Gwine.
Good evening, David Kewen, Director of Planning and Economic Development. The $75,000 identified here for downtown parking assets is funding to help with consultant services to do to help us craft RFIs, do research, put information out to public-private partnership options on city property. So the focus there is going to be on primarily city property first. How do we utilize our city property to generate housing and get that out on the street and see what we can get back from the development community.
Okay, thanks, David. That was my only question, but I do want to quickly give my words of appreciation to you, Alan, and to Shelley up in the audience, City Manager Sean, and all the department heads who, one of the things I really appreciate is how this was brought forward to us in funding options. And granted, this is only the second budget cycle I've been a part of on this council, but this is so much better in my opinion than what I experienced last year. I like how we're thinking about cuts, because when we look at that deficit outlay for the next 10 years, I think that is the conversation that we're going to be having, and we're all going to be tightening our belts. I know that I'm in favor of funding option A for this particular budget cycle, but as far as the format is concerned, I really appreciate how this was presented, and it gives us as members of the council the opportunity to work with that. So thanks very much.
Thanks, and I'd ask council to hold it to questions right now. We'll get back to comments after public comment. Any other questions? I've got a couple, and thank you, Mr. Guin. We'll get Mr. Gwine back up there if we can. So on the $852,000 for Housing First, you mentioned briefly, Mr. Gwine, the funding that's coming from the state for homeless services, and I don't know how well defined that is at this point, but I have a couple questions about it anyway, whether it's defined or not. Number one, would that funding be able to be used for the same things that this $852,000 is being proposed for?
We don't know the answer to that question yet, Mayor. As I shared in the message, we know that the continuum of care for the region, Petaluma, Santa Rosa, and Sonoma County, expect to receive $12.1 million from that state action, but we don't know how the rules will be to apply that resource yet.
There has been some word that from the around the bill that they really want to reflect local needs and local priorities. The question, I think, will be, and we've heard that they want to be able to fund housing navigators if a community wants housing navigators, fund projects if a community wants projects. But the real issue is going to be how that finally the rules get written on that front. That may be a place for the council to try to exert some influence in the rule construction here, like we're trying to do on some of our other work that we're doing on an action plan with the state. But it really is, we don't know at this point what rules they are contemplating, but we've heard that they want to give a lot of license to local communities to shape how those funds get utilized.
And do we have any guesstimate on how long it will be before we start seeing some of those funds?
The short answer is no. The experience we have is when the state passes new programming and turns it over to state staff to develop those rules, fall perhaps.
Okay.
And I would add to the city manager's comments that the state of California, like the federal government, has adopted Housing First as their program strategy. So we're clearly anticipating that this resource would have to support those principles.
Obviously, the reason I'm asking these questions is this is $852,000 that we don't really have. We're taking this out of our reserves that are already well below what they need to be at. I want to do this work, but I'm wondering if this is the money that we should be doing it with. One of the other questions I have about that you probably don't have an answer for again is whether the state's homeless money will come with a requirement like some of our transportation money does, of a maintenance of existing effort, meaning do we have to keep spending as much as we were spending before we got that money after we start getting that money coming in? If that's the case, we could be making a commitment here to spend $850,000 a year going forward as long as we're getting that state money. Do you know whether that type of maintenance of effort is going to be required?
I understand your question, and we don't know at this time. It is one-time money, so I don't know if that influences that decision making.
And I guess the final thing is more of a comment that I just asked people to hold off until later, but I'll say it anyway. we're in the process of redesigning our homeless system of care in this county. I think that we're pretty close with the ad hoc subcommittee of the Board of Supervisors and the City Council, working with the continuum of care to creating that single decision-making body that would be able to make the decisions based on all of the input from the county, the city of Santa Rosa, the other HUD recipient, the city of Petaluma, along with input from the rest of the community, to make these decisions about how best to use all of our homeless money, including $12.1 million that's on its way from the state. So, as I said, I want to do this work. I wish we had more answers about what the ties might be that come with that funding. Mr. Rogers, did you have some questions?
You kind of hit on one of them. I was going to ask for a status update on the conversations with the county about realigning all of our efforts in this regard. In particular, when it comes to state funding, how much of the 12.1 that we are expecting to come into the region is tied to the November fix of the No Place Like Home Act?
My understanding is that No Place Like Home Act is going to be placed on the ballot.
Correct.
And that is money in addition to what has been allocated by the state legislature.
So the 12.1 that we expect to see is not related to the mental health dollars that are being shifted over for the No Place Like Home Act. So anything in November would be additive to that 12.1.
That's our understanding.
Okay. And Mr. City Manager, do we have any idea, we've talked a little bit about FEMA reimbursement, we're on their timeline, right? Do we have any idea when some of those dollars could potentially be coming in to the city?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gwine. I have another question. As I mentioned earlier, I'm interested in seeing the council make a contribution to the Secure Families Fund. It looks like by my lousy math that option A saves us about $34,000 or so more than what we need for these programs here. And would that be a likely source of a contribution to the Secure Families Fund should the council decide later on that we want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Rogers.
I think also all of us received an email, a much smaller ask about the West End Farmers Market. Typically it's at $8,000 for funding. We're proposing $1,000 for funding. If we're talking about additional bang for our buck, community events and that sort of thing, I wanted to make sure we discuss that as well.
We'll have that opportunity later on. So the council's going to take a dinner break for about 20 minutes, and we'll have public comment when we come back. All right, everybody, thank you for your patience. We'll move on to public comment on this item. Sorry? Oh, public hearing, thank you. It is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Dwayne DeWitt. Is he still here? Patricia Kuda. Is she still here? Adrian Lobby.
Thank you, Mayor Corsi. I just wanted to speak first to the gentleman who said that 90% of affordable housing is taken by non-citizens. That is not a believable claim. And I just want to make a protest that so that it's not on the public record and not being contested. And I also want to mention the microphone alienation that I feel standing up here miles and miles away from you all. And as you know, when I usually testify, I like to testify down right in front of you where I can see your face and you can see my face. And I would really like it if you would please reinstate that so that citizens can come up there and really talk to you. Now, my name's Adrian Lobby and I'm with Homeless Action, and I want to talk about the homeless services part of the budget, of course. Thank you for the $2.2 million that you already put into homeless services. Thank you to the staff and the city manager for finding ways to slip slide and make cuts so that there's some money that we might be able to put into homeless services in addition. It's too soon to put money into Housing First. We don't have the metrics. We don't know how effective it will be. We've heard a lot of promises about it. We don't know that it's going to be successful. And I think it is way too soon to put the bulk of the money into something under the Housing First banner. You may choose to decide to put money into rapid rehousing. There's some reasons for doing that. But we really need the proof before we go further in Housing First. I want to challenge the Portland Loo. Now, we've been up here for 3 or 4 years talking about bathrooms. So it's really hard to say this bathroom is ridiculous. $250,000 for a bathroom in the downtown square. It's a wonderful place to have a bathroom. We should have had one there when we redid the square, but it could fund almost all of our proposal, which includes winter shelter, safe parking, an encampment, and a full-time job for someone to help people get into housing. To Mayor Corsi's thought about putting it off until we see the state funding, don't put it off. You really need to have the matching funding in order to draw down the state funding. So put money into a fund, whatever you label it, so it's there when the state funding comes down. I want to draw your attention to the multifamily program, which is another $1.5 billion of state funding. And finally, I want to put in a pitch for a planned encampment, at least one. We have had 5 encampments that have been swept now through the pilot project, which, by the way, you should defund because it has not done the things it said it was going to do. It's caused lots of misery. We have all those people swept away. They're back in an encampment. We want to do right by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline O'Connell. Madeline O'Connell. Hello.
Hello. How are you? Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Madeline Keegan O'Connell. I'm with YWCA, Sonoma County, 811 3rd Street, right here in Santa Rosa. In recent weeks, city staff reached out to me and my team to request cost estimates for increasing the number of beds in our confidential safe house shelter. It is a haven for adults and children fleeing domestic violence in the place where they should feel the most safe, inside their own homes. We have been the sole operator of the community's only shelter for domestic violence victims for decades. Today I'm sharing a one-sheet handout for your consideration. I can make it an airplane if you want me to fly it down to you. Outlining the sum of $50,000, which we are respectfully requesting you consider as an investment in YWCA Sonoma County. This represents an ask of $6,000 per bed for a total of 5 beds we can offer to the City of Santa Rosa, along with a part-time advocate, which is an add to our staff in order to support the additional residents in our care. Please know that the sum of $6,000 per bed for the 5 beds is what the County of Sonoma has been supporting us with since 2012. Just want to take a minute and look at that one sheet. With a $50,000 investment, we can add 1,825 more bed nights of shelter in Santa Rosa. And the big number that jumps out at me on this sheet is that 60% of the agency-wide domestic violence services participants at YWCA reside right here in the City of Santa Rosa. We've been your partner for a very long time. I also want to point out the income. Look at how many of our participants are at a poverty level. We also highlight the total number of safe house bed nights of being over 7,000. Our vision is for every family in Santa Rosa to be safe in their own homes. Our mission is to end domestic violence, and along with your stated goal of attaining functional zero homelessness, this is an investment that we can make with you to help support that goal. To choose to leave one's home to escape violence is to choose to become homeless. By funding these beds, you have access to an appropriate placement facility right here in Santa Rosa for Santa Rosa families. I'm so proud to be joined by my Director of Programs, Misty Bastoni, and my Director of Domestic Violence Services, Jessica Provost, who are both prepared to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronit Rubinoff.
Oh, I can't believe I have to follow that. On a side note, we really partner very heavily with the YWCA and support that program. I'm here only to say a brief thank you to the council. I wanted to say thank you because we're always up here asking, and I want you to hear something about what you're doing to support the community. Thank you for supporting housing preservation and stability for low-income tenants and landlords. So far, in the first 6 months of our contract with you, we've leveraged over $150,000 for these low-income folks and assisted over 300 people. People like Leah. Leah is 66 years old. She is physically disabled. She's on Section 8. And when she came to legal aid, she was facing the imminent loss of her housing. Legal aid, because of your support, was able to help her prevent her from becoming homeless, and we also saved her Section 8 subsidy. So you know how hard it is for someone to get housing as it is. Once they've got a Section 8 subsidy, if they lose that, chronic. We also got her some significant financial support as a result of the conditions in which she had been living in that unit. And bottom line, we got her a year there so that she could take time to find another unit and again preserve that Section 8. So that's one senior that you just saved from becoming homeless. And as we know from the Press Democrat this morning, there are many, many of our elders who are facing this predicament. So on behalf of our seniors and our immigrants and our other low-income clients, really big thank you.
Thank you. Michael Titone.
So I just wanted to say, I think one thing that we would like to see more this year is a real effort to work toward decriminalizing homelessness. We spend a lot of money policing the homeless, and yes, there may be other options. And as far as people being out on the street, it can result in lawsuits, it can result in damages that are done to people that have real human costs. And yeah, I just want to express that. And let's, not cut funding to the homeless right now. I completely agree that one of the biggest groups that we see out and one of the biggest groups that has been going homeless is the elderly. And it's just unbelievable that we have people who are in their 60s and 70s out on the street. I think we can do better for them. I understand that we are supposed to be cutting money right now, but I would hate to see us spending a lot of money to move elderly people from one place to another when we could be just giving them somewhere to go. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council on this issue? Go ahead. Take the microphone.
I'm sorry I turned in a card. Well, thank you for listening. I feel so far away. It's not as though I'm talking to a city council anymore. Somebody way out there. We have a shortage of critical shelter beds. Officially, more than half of our homeless residents, 769, sleep outside every night. And countrywide, nearly 2/3 have no shelter. You know what they do? They curl up behind the bushes. 5 large encampments and countless small ones have been swept without any appreciable improvement in the number of people housed or any lessening of the suffering of those homeless people. Last winter's emergency shelter at the Army cared for approximately 90 people a night. Do you know where they're at now? Where are those people? I know some of them live under the eaves at Santa Rosa Junior College. I've heard that's a place to go. I guess you probably see them on and about downtown because there are little doorsteps that they can find where they can get a little bit of shelter. And what do they do in the morning when they wake up? Because they don't get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Where do they get their breakfast? Okay, so I want you to think about these things, and yeah, it's the elders too, because I should speak, I'm halfway there myself, not to being an elder, but to being homeless. And those with special needs, they're out there and they don't have a place to live. This is on your shoulders now when you make your decision. 769 people are currently left out in the cold. That's what you get to sleep with tonight, because if you vote and you don't support the homeless people, they're on your doorstep. And don't wonder why they're using the sidewalk to pee on. Thanks.
Anita, would you say your name into the microphone so we have you accurately ID'd for the record, please?
Anita LaFollette.
Thank you. Anyone else want to address the council on this issue? Go ahead.
So I have two.
Please state your name.
I'm Pat Nicholson.
Thank you.
I have 2 requests. One, the first request is to please stop chasing the homeless around. They don't have homes. You could change that. And until that changes, could you please not chase them? I'm good, thank you. I see them every day because they are along the route that I take on my bike to go places. And if I tell you where I see them, I'm afraid you'll send somebody out to go chase them someplace else. Could you just not chase them until there's someplace for them to go? That's my first request. My second request is if you have a choice on where you're going to spend money to help fix this problem, if the choice is between a house or a shelter, something that would provide a solution to not having some place to live, take that over anything else. If you have a gazillion dollars and it doesn't matter what you spend money on, then go ahead and spend it on the navigation centers and surveys and whatever else folks have told you that money needs to get spent on to study the problem. Take that dollar that you have available for housing or shelter and spend it on housing or shelter instead of a navigation center. If it comes down to making a decision between where one goes and where the other goes, make the bed available somewhere. Make a solution and a choice available somewhere. Works better for what you've got going on right now, which really is an emergency. I don't feel that from the general idea, population, the tone. Emergency means it's a life and death situation. I feel this falls into that category because these folks apparently don't have the resources they need to not be there. And there is nobody stepping up. The churches, Catholic Charities, have they stepped up and helped these folks out? Do I need to go ask them if they got offered help by a church? Would they still be there if an offer of help was made? My guess is no. My guess is none of those folks that are there actually really want to be there. It's lack of a suitable solution. They got kicked out of a shelter. They've got problems. They've got mental problems. They've got drug problems. Whatever it is that keeps them from accessing available resources now means they stay homeless. And that's what you have to deal with, the fact that they're homeless and they need a bed. Thanks.
Anyone else want to address the council? Seeing no one, close the public hearing. Bring it back to the council. First of all, are there any further questions for staff before we get to a motion here? All right. Mr. Schwedhelm, you have the item.
So I guess I'd be interested in hearing, because the first motion is about the resolution approving the budget as presented, but I know there's been some discussion here. And I had one interest, where I'm struggling with staff. They've done a tremendous amount of work, so the program cost estimates of $1.5 million, I think the structure is there. I'm willing to adjust some of the numbers with those different items, and specifically, and I might have mentioned this in the April or May hearing, with the Housing First 852K, I know of that, $534,000 is for the Housing First Fund, which includes risk mitigation, housing, landlord incentives, and rapid rehousing dollars. And then the remaining $318,000 was to get the homeless service center up to housing focus and family support center to the housing focus, which I get would be the ideal state, but almost like with the LED lights, well, if we delay it, maybe it's going to take about another year. But that would, I want to say, open up, because as you said, Mr. Mayor, that this is money that we have, but with our reserve budget, it's not quite there. But that would free up potentially $318,000 without impacting the work that staff has done with that $1.5 million. So I know, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned the immigration fund. I didn't hear a dollar amount. I heard the YWCA was $50,000, and I don't know what other interests are with council. But for me, before I make a motion, that's about $300,000 to keep within the same structure as presented by staff, that I'd be interested in hearing what are some other interests before just making that motion. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me. Is everybody clear on that? Did you have a question, Jack?
Yeah, I had a couple of comments, if that's all right. So I think, Mr. Mayor, I heard you say $35,000 to the Sonoma County Secure Families Fund, because that was what was left over from option A.
Yeah, I think it's actually 34,000 and a couple hundred, or less than that. 34.
34, yeah.
So if we're potentially freeing up $300,000, I think it'd be good to just round it out at $35,000. But before Tom just identified that $300,000, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Recreation and Parks Department slide, specifically around the Bennett Valley Senior Center. And the reason being is that we obviously do have a homelessness crisis, and I think we have a tremendous asset that could be, as Tom mentioned at a previous meeting, a wonderful project-based voucher permanent supportive housing facility. And so if we're looking at the opportunity to have savings of $87,000 right now, and potentially create 50, 70, who knows, 100 permanent supportive housing beds, now may be the time to make a decision to move in that direction. And I would be supportive of doing that as well. I was also thinking that with those savings, we could direct that $50,000 to the YWCA to support the domestic shelter beds.
Ms. Tibbetts, would you repeat where you're getting the 87,000 and 50,000 from? Is it out of the 318 that? No. Okay.
Nope, although I think if we do not want to have the Bennett Valley Senior Center discussion tonight, I think that would be a good place to draw from. But I was specifically referring to, and I apologize, I've lost the slide, it's somewhere in here. It was the one that Alan has right above our heads. The 87,525.
So just for clarity purposes, I believe that also includes a groundskeeper position of 33.5. So it's, so do you want to comment 44 on what makes up the 87?
A person. So I'm hearing from Councilwoman Combs that she would be uncomfortable with losing the 0.5 FTE groundskeeper position. I think that's fine, but I'm still realizing.
Let's have the department head break down the 87 so that you all are aware of what it is.
Good evening, Jason Nutt, Director of Recreation and Parks. The 87,000 does comprise about 54,000 for savings relating to the closure or relocation of services for the Bennett Valley Senior Center to other locations, and then the 33,000 is for a part-time or a half FTE groundskeeper. The groundskeeper positions are currently vacant, and so it would just be maintaining that as a vacant position. But it's about $54,000 would be the savings associated with relocating those senior services to other facilities, and that predominantly relates to the loss of the temporary staff that support that facility.
Mr. Nutt, can you remind us, I don't know what to call it, was there some kind of a commitment made to the people who use the Bennett Valley Senior Center about a process that would be used before we make a decision to close that?
Yeah, so staff met with the Bennett Valley seniors. They had about 60 individuals in attendance back in May. We talked with them about the possibility that the senior center could be closed and all the services relocated to other city buildings and or other locations throughout the east side of town. We sat and listened to concerns relating to the proposal. They've also provided some requests associated with that. With that, staff has compiled all that information, developed a plan. In the interim, we've had a number of the seniors as well as the instructors come forward and evaluate some of the proposal ideas. We actually are going back to the senior center tomorrow afternoon to have a direct conversation with those instructors and any seniors who choose to attend to talk about what that plan really looks like and to get additional feedback. And then it was our intention, should you not choose to move forward with this, we would be coming back later in July with a proposal to move forward. So this is something that we believe in Recreation and Parks is a direction we're likely going to be going relating to our budget issues, and that's part of why we felt it was reasonable to place here.
So, Mr. Tibbetts, I don't necessarily disagree with your proposal here, but I think that if we're going to close down that facility, we ought to let people know that that we're going to do it in a public meeting where we will do it with people present who are aware that it's on the agenda.
That's a fair point, Mr. Mayor, and I don't disagree with that either. But the only question I'd have as a follow-up is, would removing the money from the budget tonight negate you from being able to execute this plan with the people who use that center?
it would not negate our ability to do that. Like I said, we have a meeting with them tomorrow. The feedback that the center has received from seniors is there's sort of an anticipation already. It was our intention to take whatever feedback we were hearing from council either tonight or in July and then proceed with whether it's continuing operations at that facility and providing them with all of the resources they've had, or to really look at this approach of pulling those services and moving them into other locations. So, you know, it wouldn't necessarily make a difference if there's specific suggestion or direction that you have for us. We can utilize that in our conversation with the seniors tomorrow and then come back to council with final direction if need be.
Thank you.
Ms. Combs?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following up on my colleague's comments, I'm wondering if perhaps we could schedule a study session on, for example, some kind of housing-focused safe haven alternative to Sam Jones. Might be Bennett Valley Senior Center and its parking lot adjacent. But just ask staff at this point, rather than committing 100% to Bennett Valley's closing. I mean, I understand we're going to be closing Bennett Valley, but as part of the future discussion about closing Bennett Valley, add to that the study session on the housing-focused safe haven at that point. So that if we do this, you know, it may be, I can't tell right now if we had the Bennett Valley program moving forward as a shelter or safe haven type setting, would we still then need the groundskeeper? So maybe we would still need the groundskeeper. So I would prefer, rather than calling on that, to
so just so you know,
that come forward.
The groundskeeper is separate from, just so it's really clear for council members, the groundskeeper is not a position tied directly to the person's senior wing. This is a series, option B lists a series of approaches to achieve the 87,525. That's the reason I wanted the department head to come down. They're not, they're not interrelated. They're separate. And so
I misunderstood.
Just want to make that clear.
Thank you very much. Okay, and again, I suspect that our Parks Department needs its people, but I am very motivated for us to use the senior center as a safe haven, housing-focused safe haven, and I think we need to come back with that as a study session item. My other comments are that I support the mayor's Family Secure 35K or 34K. I hope we can find as staff the 50K for the YWCA domestic violence. It seems to me appropriate for the 218 out of HSC to perhaps be the piece that we consider. I just want to make sure we're clear. It concerns me to lose the 100K for the Family Support Center, but the 218K for Becoming Housing First, I think it's listed as HSC here. That seems to me to be an obligation of our provider anyway to go toward Housing First. So it's not clear to me what extra we're purchasing here. I just, if we're, instead of throwing out all 318, I was suggesting that we keep the 100 for the Family Support Center, just because families can't go to Sam Jones comfortably either. To use some of the 218 for the YWCA domestic violence program and for the family services that the mayor is interested in, and then ask for a study session on housing-focused safe haven alternatives. So that's my request as part of this conversation.
Yeah, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. You may have had this comment about the 218 while I was speaking to the city attorney. Where's the 218? Is it part of the 852? I'm sorry, the 218. I might have been talking to the city attorney when it was discussed.
I understand.
So looking back when we discussed this, when it was first presented, the Housing First Fund was $534,000. Moving to a housing-focused homeless support center was $218,000, and then moving the family support center to housing-focused shelter would be another $100,000.
Thank you.
Combine those three, you get the $852,000.
And my follow-up suggestion was to keep the family support center funding of $100, but to use the $218 to provide the other services we're looking to provide.
And those other services were the other.
What I heard, in other words, we have 3 facilities. So we already, Sam Jones Hall's housing focused shelter. We have 2 other facilities, the homeless support center and the family support center. We're trying to get those on board, or at least I believe the intent is, but can we do them all at the same time? Sounds not. So what Councilmember Combs suggested, let's keep the family support center housing going in that direction, but not go to 600 Morgan or the homeless support center yet. And that's where that $218K, keeping in the same model of $1.5 million, the structure's still there. We're just choosing, rather than spend it the way it's up there on that slide, just realign some of those dollars.
So of the $852,000, instead of doing everything all at once, we would do the homeless service center perhaps next year and use those funds in order to provide services for domestic violence and immigration and possibly something else.
The Secure Families money does not need to come out of this $852,000. So we can take that separately.
Okay.
And what my concern is that, you know, we go from $318,000 to $218,000, and then if we take $50,000 out for the domestic violence shelter, we're down to, we're getting pretty skinny on what's left to talk about converting the Bennett Valley Center, and I'm not sure where that.
All I asked was for a study session on that.
I understand,
okay.
But it's having a study session without having any resources to put into it is difficult, and that may be that we're waiting until down the road when the state money starts coming in. But I just want to make sure we're all understanding what we're saying here.
Can I ask a question? Yes, thank you, Mayor. What I'm concerned about as far as the senior center, and I know, you know, Mr. Nutt mentioned that there's an anticipation of a major change happening to that facility, but doing it, speaking about it tonight without real, it's basically to your point about moving forward, even conversationally, without having the seniors in this room, speaks to the concern I had the last time this came up, that they have been given, they have conversations, they have expectations, the expectations change, or the result changes, and they're kind of the ball being batted around, and doing it even though they may be anticipating it without them in this room to discuss it with us, is not something I could support. Even if it's a fait accompli, I would want them here so I can hear from them, and they can hear the reasons why we would be going forward, as opposed to just assuming that they are fully aware of the possible changes at that facility. All right, thank you.
Mr. Sweatholm, I'm going to ask you to restate your motion with whatever changes that you've heard that might be agreeable to you.
Did you have some comments, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers.
So a couple of comments. One, overall I am supportive of the direction that the council seems to be heading. And in addition to that, I had mentioned before we went to the break about the West End Farmers Market that we all were notified about. Actually, last year we had this exact same issue come up where nobody reached out to the market and mentioned to them that their funding was going to be cut, and we as a council chose to not blindside them that way. Apparently we did the same thing again this year. So I was going to suggest a modest $5,000 from our budget in addition to the $5,000 increase just to keep a good community event going.
Can I suggest that we keep that separate from this
That's
homeless
perfectly
services
fine.
Conversation?
You asked about the motion, if there was anything else to add into the motion. I was making sure that that was clarified. Additionally, we have talked about the backfill of property tax that's potentially coming from the state and the level of uncertainty that we have until we actually have those dollars in. I wanted to throw out there that the council could, on some of these things that we look at as would be a good thing to continue to do but might need to be phased in, that we could try to, in this council's view, pass it with the contingency that that property tax comes in. And if it does not, then those programs would come back to the council to look for a different funding source. Just wanted to put that out there, that that is a $1.2 million, almost $2 million if we look at both years worth of property tax backfill that we're expecting, that we are not talking about in this conversation, that could be contingent. Some of these programs could be contingent on us getting that funding.
Mr. Tibbetts.
Sorry, I was going to make a quick suggestion. Maybe proceed with the motion with whatever it is that Tom puts forward, and if there's any surplus left over, then just approach it as a discussion about how to spend that, just to try to clear the table.
I have a question. If you don't mind.
Not at all.
This has to do with the 50,000. The YWCA does amazing work, and I'm very supportive of considering, supportive of the possibility of getting some more beds. What I don't know is how the organization functions differently. Are there barriers? Do the potential users of these beds have barriers because of the rules that you operate under, that the YWCA operates under, that would make some of the potential participants in the program unavailable, where that program would be unavailable to them because of their circumstances. We are, when there are barriers to certain programs, that can, we've got 5 beds we can consider. Do we have, would those beds come with stipulations that would make them unavailable to some of our homeless residents? And I'm getting into a conversation with.
So we could, if you pass that item, we're obviously going to have to get into contract negotiations with the provider. During the contract negotiations with the provider, we could bring that back to council and answer those questions at that time. We could commit to structure, if there's concerns about access and availability, we can go through the contracting process, bring that back to council, and council can review at that time what the limitations, is it fitting in your definition of housing first? Those are things that we could get into a conversation at the contracting space.
I appreciate that, because clearly there's a need. What I would hate to see happen is have the city paying for 5 beds and 1 is occupied because of the particular circumstances or the rules and regulations and barriers to being able to take advantage of those beds, and that would be a concern of mine. I'd like to be really clear about what we're asking for and what our homeless residents would be available to them.
And the best way we know to handle that is in a contract process, to make sure it's clearly stipulated in the contract process what the requirements are.
And that's that 50,000 is part of the 218. Is that what's coming from? Potentially.
Well, I think when I do the motion, I might clarify it, because again, for me, it should be separate, because domestic violence, housing domestic violence survivors, and those experiencing homeless, 2 different set of criteria. And so are there any other questions? And I think it might answer when I make my motion.
I'm good.
So I'd move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the budget for the City of Santa Rosa for fiscal year 2018-2019 with the following adjustments. The Housing First Ongoing Cost Fund would be reduced from $852,000 to $634,000. And we would add $50,000 for a funding for 5 beds at a safe shelter via the YWCA.
Making it 684,000?
I'm just keeping it, I'm just doing line item by line item.
Yes, but on top of the 634.
Yes.
Again, the reason I was saying it this way, just take the Housing First, that's gone, in my mind, or what my motion will be, that's gone from 852 down to 634, period. Now we're gonna add some other categories, 50,000 for the YWCA shelter space.
Which we're calling more generically a safe shelter, so that we are not committing to a product in the same way that we're talking about a loo without it necessarily being a Portland loo. Right.
Enhance the shelter space at the YWCA Safe House.
Okay.
Add $5,000 to the West End Farmers Market. Comma, the capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 2018-19 and establishing reserves for the 27-2018 fiscal year, and waive further reading in the text.
Second.
So,
Now, may I ask? There was.
excuse me, I was going to ask a question first.
Okay.
Secure Families Fund?
So that's why I wasn't sure. I thought I heard that we didn't need funding for that, because I would entertain.
No, it doesn't come out of the 852.
Okay. And then if I could also add one other adjustment, $35,000 to the Secure Families Fund. And for further clarification, the Housing First Fund, to get to the reduction, we would drop moving the Homeless Support Center to housing focused this fiscal year, and that would approximate $218,000 reduction.
But the resource, the resource for the Secure Families Immigrant Fund is a different resource from the Housing First list.
The amount of savings in option A is $1.554 million. And we're talking about taking that $34,000 and adding $1,000 to it.
35,000 there. So I would second, I would, as the second, I would accept that. The math works.
Mr. Rogers.
For the funds not spent on shelter beds, but spent towards moving in the direction of housing first in the areas that we're not, would you make those contingent on the property tax backfill coming through? Otherwise, that seems like an area that if we were to not get that property tax backfill from the 2 years, we would, I would think, entertain deferring that process by a year.
For me, it's a little premature until we see the state funding, because that's that other revenue source that we know, as we heard, is probably out there.
In particular, my concern is always anytime that we are potentially funding ongoing costs out of our reserves, which is what we're doing. And if we have that additional property tax backfill, even if it's as those one-time dollars that then in the following years we can build this into our budget and address our structural deficit, I'd feel more comfortable with that budget.
So yes, I would accept that.
As the second, I would also.
Okay, I have a couple questions before. So appreciate the presentation by the YWCA. Will this contract can anyone bid on this contract, or is this the only provider? We only have one provider here tonight. I don't know if there are others or not, and I'm wondering if others might have the opportunity to provide this service.
Staff will review that and then figure out whether this is a single source or multiple sources as it sits right now.
All right, and I have the same question about the West End Farmers Market. Did other community groups that didn't get the funding that they asked for in this year's budget understand that they could ask for more tonight?
I can answer that.
Please.
We had a lot of requests for funding, and what I'm concerned about is this door is being opened that, well, first of all, it's always tied to the budget. They always get notified but during the budget hearings, no one, this is not unusual. I understand why one might use the word blindsided, but everyone who did not get fully funded is probably going to feel blindsided. Because we don't, after the committee meets and discusses, we don't pick up the phone and call them and say, well, you know, you lost out or you got fully funded or whatever it might be. But this will set a precedent that if they call before the budget hearings are finished, and they are it's a great program, as theirs is, that they might be considered under our budget discussions. So this is it is indeed precedent setting, and I would not be shocked if next year you didn't have more requests for those items that were requested during that community promotions application process to come forward and ask you to fund them fully. So it is a concern. And they didn't know any, well, they did find out, but it is a concern of mine.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers.
No, I appreciate that, council member. I get the concern. To me, that's part of the community engagement process where people are able to reach out to us and say, this is the value that this program brings to us. I'd like to see it funded, and then for us as a body to discuss whether or not it actually is worth the cost for the utility that's provided. So to me, I get that it's precedent setting, but to me, that's also how you should be doing a budget, is through a community outreach process that involves this give and play.
I appreciate your perspective.
Mr. Sweathelm, would you be willing to make that as a separate motion for just the West End Farmers Market?
Sure.
Yes. Fine.
And further question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I had requested that we have a study session. It can be a two-part study session. I am open to how staff wants to bring it back, but I think we need to talk about Bennett Valley Senior Center and its possible use at some time, possibly in a different conversation, regarding its use as a shelter or safe haven
I'll second
facilities.
that request for a future agenda item.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Sweathelm, I'm going to ask you one more time to state the motion.
So the motion was a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the budget for the City of Santa Rosa for fiscal year 2018-19 as presented, except for reducing the line item for Housing First from $852,000 to $634,000, getting to that number by eliminating the Homeless Support Center housing focused center by $218,000, adding $50,000 to expand the safe shelter for victims of domestic violence, and adding $35,000 for the Secure Families Fund. And Mr. Rogers, if you can just restate what your friendly amendment was so it can be captured.
The friendly amendment being that the funds in the Housing First portion that are not tied to shelter beds is contingent on the backfill of property tax coming in from the state.
Thank you. Continuing the capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 2018-19 and establishing reserves for the 2017-18 fiscal year, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Is the motion clear to staff? And Ms. Gallagher, before we do this, we can do a motion on the farmers market separately.
Yes, that would be fine.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Your votes, please. That passes with 7 ayes. Mr. Rogers.
Well, I appreciate that we did $450 million in one motion, and we'll do $5,000 in the second.
That's the way it always
I
works.
move that we add $5,000 to the fiscal budget for the West End Farmers Market to continue operation.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions, discussion? Mr. Tibbetts.
Just a quick question, Chris. I noticed later in our, agenda that we're talking about the pilot program for students, and earlier in this year we discussed $10,000 for veterans to try a pilot program. Would you be able to amend it, be willing to amend it to include $10,000 for a veteran pilot program?
Wait, could you repeat that, council member?
So earlier in the year when we discussed the junior college bus program, the pilot program, we also discussed during the budget session talking about including veterans as part of the pilot program.
Do you mean in one of the consent items that is following?
It is following, but I think this might be the more appropriate since this is a fiscal appropriation. And so I was hoping, we were told by staff it'd be between $7,000 and $9,000 to do a pilot program for a fare free program and evaluate the results. And I think this would be an appropriate place to include.
No, I understand. So you're asking for the amendment in the budget, and then correspondingly, assuming it gets approved, we need to make a change in the consent item as well. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if we'd be making a change, but at least carving out the money to do that.
I would recommend you take each item on its own, since you're doing one item on its own. So if you're going to continue in this path, I would recommend that you finish the path, finish the West End, and then go to the second budget amendment item. That would be our recommendation for clarity purposes. Since you bundled, now you're doing separate. There might be somebody else now who wants to add another item. So I think just to keep that.
Mr. Mayor, I think we should do this item, and then I think Councilmember Tibbetts has a motion to make.
That's correct.
Are there any other questions on the West End Farmers Market motion? Your votes, please. And that passes with 4 ayes and 3 noes. The noes are myself, Mr. Sawyer, and Mr. Oliveris. Mr. Tibbetts.
So I'd like to make a motion of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa to include fare-free bus rides for veterans on a pilot program basis for an amount not to exceed $10,000.
Second.
Ms. Combs.
If I may ask, can you clarify for me, is this a sufficient amount for that pilot program?
I would, we really haven't done the numbers on that in a while. I mean, I'm asking staff to then run to do something. I will allow them to come down and speak, but I don't know that the answer has run the traps because we have not entertained the item right now.
I have a second half to my question, which is we've also discussed student, particularly K through 12 bus passes. And I don't remember what the dollar amount estimated was for that. But if we're going to have this conversation and we have, I'm trying to do the math, 90K left, 80K left, can we use the other 80K for elementary students or junior high school or senior high school students?
Good evening again, Jason Nutt, this time Director of Transportation and Public Works.
Assistance might be coming for you.
And Rachel is nearby if I screw this up. So from the veteran standpoint, we did, albeit very late, I apologize for sending it off to you last night at about 11 p.m. This was part of the email that was included last night as a follow-up. We did do some evaluation on this. It was a combination of looking at not only some limited information that we had on our ridership, but considering what Sonoma County Transit has done and how they funded their program. We anticipate that the ridership costs for providing a free ride for veterans would be between $8,000 and $12,000. If you normalize that and use $10,000, that we believe that would be adequate to establish a pilot program for the upcoming year.
And with regard to K through 12 students, do you recall the dollar amounts?
So on the K through 12 side, the last time we did some basic evaluation was about 3 years ago. We evaluated that at being roughly about $500,000 in order to provide services. We do have a fairly large ridership there.
I withdraw the suggestion.
Was there a second to that motion? Thank you.
Can we explain our votes?
Sure, please.
Okay, I think it's great to as it's entertaining to make changes to a budget like this, but it makes me uncomfortable, and I don't like doing it on the fly. And I haven't heard the research. I don't know. I don't know enough to feel comfortable moving forward with reducing even more the money going into the fare box on the buses. It just makes me uncomfortable. And I'm not against vets, and I think this council has shown over and over and over again that we are very concerned about our veterans and honor their service. But this particular item, I will be voting no because I'm just uncomfortable with the process.
Any other comments? I'll also be voting no on this. Last year, we loaned the transit fund $800 and some thousand. This year, we're taking it back because it wasn't used. I don't think that we've fixed the structural problems with that budget yet. And as Mr. Sawyer says, I'm uncomfortable doing it in this fashion. There's a motion and a second. Ms. Combs?
Thank you. Just to explain my yes vote, since we had explanations of no votes, we have reason to believe that if we were able to offer discounted ridership, we would have significantly greater ridership. I'm trying to remember which city it was that went to free and 60% increase in their ridership. They went to free for all of their routes as California city. So I'm interested in that we have solutions to our climate issues and provide transportation to people who have difficulty obtaining transportation. And I know that everyone else shares similar sentiments. And if we find that we have $10,000 for veterans, I'm very glad to use that for climate action, for downtown congestion, for enabling people to have transportation who might not otherwise have it, and to increase our bus ridership overall. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to push back a little bit on some of the comments about the process and insinuating that it's not an appropriate process. This is a budget hearing. And just because staff has chosen to highlight certain aspects of a $450 billion budget doesn't mean that when we talk about individual programs that didn't happen to get put in by staff makes it inappropriate for us to add them in the process. That's what we're doing. That's why we have a public hearing, to hear from folks in the community what they'd like to see. Councilmember Tibbetts has heard from the community about veterans bus passes. So have I. This is the appropriate time for us to have that conversation.
We've all heard it, and we all have our opinions, and really it's only $450 million. Your votes, please. That passes 4-3 with myself, Mr. Sawyer, and Mr. Olivares opposed. Mr. Swed.
So we have this next resolution. Move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa setting the stormwater utility budget and determining the amount of eligible funding that has been received from the Flood Control Zone 1A benefit assessment in fiscal year 2017-18, and based thereon setting the stormwater assessment per equivalent residential unit for the fiscal year 2018-2019. I'll wait for the reading of the text.
Your votes. Passes with 7 ayes.
Next resolution, I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing that public facilities improvement fees funded, PFIF, projects contained within the city budget and the capital improvement program document continue to replace the PFIF map and list on file with the city engineer and making certain findings with regard to CEQA requirements for the adoption of the city budget and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes. And that passes with 7 ayes.
And finally, move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the city classification salary plan and authorizing the city manager to implement these changes, including the fiscal year 2018-19 budget, and waive further reading of the text.
Second. Your votes. And that passes with 7 ayes. I think that's it, right, Mr. Schwedhelm? Thank you. Moving on. Mr. City Manager, item 15, budget consent items.
Yes, item 15.1, resolution, approval of professional service agreement with Witt O'Brien's LLC to provide a citywide after-action report. Item 15.2, resolution, professional services agreement, parking citation processing services. Item 15.3, resolution, intergovernmental agreement approval, county mail services, information systems department of the County of Sonoma, California. Item 15.4, resolution, city agreement for homeless services, Samuel L. Jones Hall Homeless Shelter and Homeless Outreach Services Team Program. Item 15.5, resolution, second amendment to memorandum of understanding with Santa Rosa Junior College to extend pilot program for unlimited access to students through December 31st, 2018.
Any questions on these items, Council? Ms. Combs.
I have a question on 15.4. I had mentioned on an earlier item some concerns about the availability of data, cost per bid, cost per placement, RFP. At some point, I would like for us to have that conversation over these items as well. And I'm just for your information. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move items 15.1 through 15.5 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes.
Public comment?
I'm sorry?
Public comment?
The only card I had was Dwayne, and he's not here. That passes with 7 ayes. We have no written communications. Do we have any final public comment cards? Dana Bellwether.
My name is Dana Bellwether. I live in Santa Rosa, and I have a suggestion as to how you can benefit homeless people without spending another dime. Fix this police department. I was observing at the latest eviction on May 30th, and I saw a Santa Rosa police officer refuse to give a homeless woman access to her prescription medications. Those may have been her heart meds. They may have been her diabetes medications. They may have been Thorazine. She may have had overwhelmingly terrifying schizophrenic hallucinations and committed suicide. She could be dead now. Why in the world would someone do that to a person? And he used the ridiculous pretext that because she left with her first load to move out before the police arrived at 8 a.m., they hadn't seen her leave, so they couldn't vouch for the fact that she had in fact left and that she was a camper there. There were 2 other officers with him. One of them could have accompanied her to her campsite and verified that the names on the medications labels matched her ID, and instead he sent her off possibly to die, which means that she has been executed by torture for the crime of poverty. Why is there nothing in the screening process, in the application process for the police academy to weed out at least the most sociopathic? That is inexcusable. What kind of person does that to someone? This is not what we pay taxes for. We pay city taxes in part to hire police to make the city safer, not more dangerous. Please try to get this basic concept across to the police department, because this will not work. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Nicholson, I think she's left, and Anita LaFollette, and I think she's left. Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.